It's a Thursday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
42 degrees right now. We're going to get up into the 50s at some point today. It will be cloudy. Doesn't look like there'll be rain.
Okay.
And it looks like we're going to be hanging out around 50 for a high for the next couple of days.
All right.
But it looks like we're going to be dry over the weekend.
That'd be nice.
So we got that going for us.
Okay.
All right, can I use this portion of our program to vent for a second?
You did that yesterday.
I would like to do it again.
Okay.
I would like
Just like our news
The
segment.
venting hour.
What's eating you, Pat?
Let's eat. Pat of vent.
Yeah.
Vent
I was going to say pedophile, but that's,
No.
that's right.
No.
Bad segment.
So last night, so my daughter plays flag football at her high school, and they've got a game at Bishop Kearney last night. And if you were outside or looked out the
it was
window,
brutal.
it was like there were like flood conditions.
Oh, yeah.
Where I
Which
was.
sucks because that's a sport you can play in all weather.
Yes.
They're never going to cancel the game.
Well, like my kid goes to Aquinas, and like they have like a sports Instagram. So like I click on it, and it's like all sports baseball canceled, softball canceled, golf canceled, flag football. See you there. So it's one of those weird in between weather things where I don't want to put on winter clothes because it's like 45. But I don't have like all the rain gear that's not winter clothes stuff isn't going to keep me warm. So I put on a hoodie, I put on like a thermal shirt under that, I put on a raincoat, sneakers, and I'm going to go brave this thing. And it gets colder and colder.
It's raw.
It's awful. It is awful. Like everything is soaking wet. So the girls, they're out there playing the game and they're in the elements too.
Yeah.
But they're playing a sport. And we parents are there for them. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you got to show support.
All right, so great game. Everything finishes up, right? My daughter gets in the car, and all she wants to do is complain about how cold and damp she is. Okay? And that's fine. She starts bitching, but having to be out there. And I did the good dad thing, and I just let her do her thing.
Yeah.
But I started getting pissed.
Yeah.
Because, hey, man,
Yeah.
we're here for you.
Gotcha.
You. This is your thing. Like
Yeah.
if I had a choice, I would not have gone out in this weather. I would have stayed home. Maybe made myself a nice cup of cocoa.
Oh, nice.
Looked out the window and said, "Man, it looks bad out there." I spent the last 2 hours outside of the elements to watch you, which I love to do, and support you, which I will always do. In your endeavors. But we do. This is odd. This happened because you. Shut up. And I'd like to propose a new federal law.
What do you got to do?
And the phone number is 252-WCMF. Our phones are working again. We're very excited about it. Thank you to our engineering.
For now.
If your kid complains about something that they signed up for, that you also had to deal with, you are legally allowed to not have to take them to their next thing.
Oh, okay. You just cancel it.
Yeah.
Or they get there on their own.
Yeah, well, you figure it out, kid, because I'm out. Like, if you're going to sit here and complain about this thing you love to do because it was kind of not great for one time, the next thing you have, I get to not bring you. Because this weekend.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
My daughter has a flag football game tomorrow. She has also gotten to, how do I explain this? There is a state hockey team kind of thing.
Okay.
Like for New York State. And you have to keep going through these tryouts to get on to the next tryout.
All right.
It's a really great way for this organization to make money for parents because every time you get through, you got to pay more money.
All right.
Anyway, the point I'm making, she made it to this next round of hockey
Oh,
tryouts.
great.
So the regional tryouts are in Skinny Atlas this week.
Mm.
All right. Tomorrow, she's got a flag football game at 4:30.
All right.
As soon as that game is over, I have to put her in the car and drive from Aquinas right to Skinny Atlas because she has to be on the ice at 8 o'clock for the first night of these tryouts.
All right.
The next morning, we wake up. She has to be on the ice at 7:15.
So wait, are you in Skinny Atlas or do you go home?
We have to stay the night in Skinny Atlas.
Okay.
All right. So we're driving to Skinny Atlas Friday night.
All right. So you got to put yourself up in Skinny Atlas.
Yep. Flag football, hockey, paying for a hotel room in Skinny Atlas. She is on the ice at 7 o'clock on Saturday morning.
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock in the morning for a game for this state tryout thing.
Yeah.
When the game is over at 9, we have to get back in the car. She has another flag football game. This one's on the road, and it's a road trip. She's playing south of Buffalo. So we have to drive 2.5 hours.
To South Buffalo.
Yeah.
No, it's not South Buffalo.
South of
Buffalo,
Buffalo.
40 minutes south of
Wait.
Buffalo.
Middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
So that's hours
It's 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
easily.
2.5
Yeah.
hours.
Yeah.
So we have 3 hours
Right.
for a 2.5-hour drive. So ideally, nothing goes wrong. Play. She's got her game.
Yeah.
That'll take 2 hours.
And that's it. Go home.
No, back in the car. Back to Skinny Atlas.
For what?
She has to skate again Saturday night as part of it's just the schedule worked out where she's going to make all this as long as, knock on wood, there's no distraction. And then we got to stay again Saturday night in Skinny Atlas because she's got another game for like this state hockey tryout on Sunday.
So you got to.
Oh, and then when that's done,
I would have quit.
When that's
like,
done-
I don't want to play that anymore.
that'll be done at like 2:30, 3 o'clock.
On Sunday.
On Sunday, she has a high school club hockey game Sunday night at Lakeshore.
How was she not? Besides all this driving,
Yeah.
the fact you got to put yourself up for 2 nights in Skinny Atlas,
Uh-huh.
that's going to be expensive unless you stay at one of them creepy little Auburn hotels.
Well, you know
And sometimes those are the more expensive ones.
Well, yeah, expensive soul-wise. But you were asking.
So I would think this kid's exhausted.
So that's what I'm bringing up here.
Yeah.
When she got through to the next round of
Yeah.
this, tryout thing, I go, honey, listen, congratulations, I'm really proud of you. Just not in the cards. It's not going to happen. We
Yeah.
got the schedule already for flag football. It's just not going to happen. And she begged me. Daddy, listen, this is
Yeah.
what I want, and I'm trying really
All right.
hard, and my grades are good, and she's right. I'm working hard, and you see me, and I just want an opportunity. And I am a sucker for giving someone an opportunity because, whatever. So I go, all right. I lay out the schedule. We all work it out. It's like that scene in those movies where, like, there's red string,
Yeah.
the red string on the wall. I'm like, all right, we can make this work. And the other day, she goes, I'm so tired. I don't know how I'm going to do this weekend. And I wanted to flip her dinner plate over the top of her head.
Yeah, but she's a kid.
She asked for this.
Okay, she did, but I'm guessing there are a lot of dads out there. Well, I mean, how'd she get into hockey in the first place?
You're saying
From
me?
her black Jamaican grandfather. How else would you get into hockey as a mixed race child? What would other connection of hockey be in that house?
I don't know.
So
But
you're
a
saying-
Jamaican granddaddy.
You're saying me
But
taking
but you're
her.
like you want her to do these things, and then she does, and like she continues to excel in the sport, and you're like, whoa,
No,
too
no.
much, kid, too much.
All right, look.
Is she the most successful athlete ever in the Duffy house?
Well, that wasn't going to take much.
Well, no. I mean, your dad, with the Bears and everything.
I mean, he was on deck when Joe Carter hit that home run in the World Series. No, but like
I get exhausted hearing your schedule. Like I want to take after you talk, I want to take a nap for many reasons. But one of them is there's no way I got the energy at any point in my life or the motivation. If I birthed a child, after a while, I'd be like, "F this. I'm gonna abandon you at the mall in Skinny Atlas, and then you go find another family."
And like, look, I'm getting the Instagram messages now. I see you guys. You're gonna miss this. Look, I
True,
understand.
it is short.
How? How are you going to miss
It's over before you know
You
it.
can't miss because we drove like insane amount doing stand-up.
Yeah.
And once I was done with that, I always figured
You didn't miss it.
I'm never going to have to drive again, and I didn't. But for some reason, you've got a worse scheduling road trip situation than we had when we were doing stand-up.
Look-
Because sometimes we'd be in Iowa, and the next day you had to be in North Carolina.
Yeah. But like, here's the thing. You hear me say this stuff and you think that I'm unique. I'm not. Like every parent listening that has a kid that does an activity or plays a travel sport is in the same boat,
Yeah.
right? Like
It sucks for your kid because I can understand like playing a sport, and now there's so many levels to it and so many
It's a
different
racket.
types of commitment. But I can also understand not like feeling left out if you don't do those other things. Like you see other kids playing at a higher level and you want to do it too. You don't want to be left behind.
Well, but here's the thing, and she's asleep, so I'll say this now. I think it's all like clout, as the kids say, right? Like she
Yeah, but
wants
it's-
people
but
to know, like,
okay,
I made it to the
but-
second round of
Okay.
the state playoffs. And
but
I'm gonna
don't you
make it.
understand that from like a teenager's perspective?
Yes, but at the same time, like, just enjoy this other thing right now. Like, she's having so much fun playing
Yeah.
flag football.
Yeah.
Like, soak that in. Enjoy your teammates. Enjoy your coaches. Enjoy the ride that you're on right now. Hockey's going to be there as soon as that's over. Like, hockey never stops.
No, it
Hockey
doesn't.
Doesn't
never
say it.
stops. Does it?
I didn't know summer hockey was a thing.
Bro, every season, they're inventing a fifth season just for more hockey.
Hockey?
Yeah. It's called Fummer, and we just signed her up for a Fummer season hockey league. I hate everything. And again, it's not just hockey, because if your kid plays soccer, you can play soccer year-round. If your kid plays lacrosse, you can play lacrosse year-round. Baseball, as of now, because of the weather, is the only
So
one
when
you
do
can't
these
play.
kids get in trouble? And I don't mean that. And I know I'm not even trying to be funny.
Not enough
Like,
time.
how do you have to have some like teen fun.
Yeah.
Get in
No
trouble.
sneaking around.
Yeah, I mean, like, because like I hated everything about my youth except for that part of it.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure.
Was the fun
But
night
we
stuff.
also never had success in that area. So I don't know. Maybe that feels better.
All right.
I don't know. Well, but that's the other thing that's kind of like worrying me a little bit too.
What's
And,
that?
all right, again, I'm just venting, and I'm sorry. My daughter, she has a flag football game last night. That we were at Bishop Kearney. Great game. Everything was super cool. But it was like raining sideways, and it was 40
Oh, it
degrees
was
outside.
miserable.
And look, I'm not going to complain. I would not have said a word because this is what you do as a parent, and I love watching her play. But my daughter gets in the car after the game, and she's complaining about the weather, and I don't say anything. But part of me wants to be like, "Hey, listen, I wasn't going to be here unless you were here doing your thing. So if anyone gets to complain, shut up."
Yeah.
Kimmy, to your point about like the whole, I worry that my daughter's self-worth, all of it, is being tied to her athletics. Because, like, I'm going to miss this.
Well, that's her social circle right now.
Yes.
You know?
But, like, one day, like, you remember, we weren't athletes. Like, we played sports, but this wasn't going to be a thing.
No, we knew that wasn't in our future.
But, like, when boxing and football and all that, like, it was devastating for me because I had always played and I loved it.
yeah,
Like,
but
it's
you
bigger.
hope for your daughter, though, that she goes on to the next exciting thing. Like when she goes off to school, she's going to be focused on something else.
Look, I know that things are only going to get better for my kids, but they don't know that, right? Like, you
Yeah.
only know what you know,
Yeah.
right? Like, if you play a sport from the age of 5 years old and then just one day it's over, like, what do you do with yourself? And that's what I'm scared of. Like, she's so
there's going to be a crash.
yeah, like she's so involved in all of these things. Like, when it's done, like, well, what am I? She has always been, and this is, I mean, just because of the show and the way that I talk about my kids. She's been the hockey player. My youngest daughter is the ballroom dancer and the tennis player. So, like, that's how people refer to them. So, like, when that's gone, what are you anymore?
Well, I mean, won't they continue on doing something with athletics?
I mean, maybe.
Still
I don't
can.
know. I mean, you could.
It'll
I
be
mean,
more
she
on
could
a
play
fun
college
level.
hockey, right?
Depends.
Right.
It is funny because
really
with
small-
everything
really, really
she's
small college.
with everything she's doing though, if she no matter what level of college hockey she plays, it's gonna be like less. It's gonna be like less of a commitment. It's gonna be like a shorter schedule. So like she's definitely prepared for it.
All right. Like, I know this all sounds insane,
Yeah.
but I shared this with you guys off air the other day, and I might as well just because we're on this run.
All right.
Like, the weird-ass things as a sports parent that just all of a sudden show up. So we were having a discussion the other day on the air
Yeah.
about having a foreign passport. And the story was the country of Canada has eased restrictions for people that have family from Canada to become Canadian citizens.
So have dual citizenship.
You got it.
All right.
They made it. They call it grandfather citizenship, and it turns out that other countries around the world have started doing this too.
Okay.
And the discussion was, do you want citizenship from the country that your family came from? And in this discussion, you said no. What's the point?
Yeah. I got a passport. I'm not working there.
So I had mentioned on the air that my daughters can get Jamaican citizenship because their grandfather's from the island.
Right. Well,
And
that's where the whole hockey buzz came from.
well, you make a joke.
You make a joke about it.
So I make the joke on the air. You go, why would my daughter want it? I go, so she can play for the female Jamaican national hockey team. Offhanded joke, end of the break,
Right.
and we go on. I get a text message later that day
Yeah.
from a man that I have never met before who is a local high school coach.
Oh.
Everybody loves him. And this man reaches out to me, and he goes, hey, I listen to the show,
Yeah.
and I know your daughter's hockey coach, and I got your phone number through him, and my good friend is the head coach for the Caribbean women's national hockey team.
And that's a thing.
That's
That's
a
an
thing.
actual thing.
I was aware this was a thing,
Yeah.
but
Tropical hockey.
yes, tropical hockey. It's called Hopical. And he says they play in these tournaments every year. It's real international hockey. They play against like other countries. Like I looked up this last tournament they were in. They played against Korea and Egypt and all of these things.
Damn.
And he said, I think that your daughter would fit in well with this team. These girls come from Canada and the U.S.
So she would travel all over the world
I
playing
don't-
hockey?
I don't know. I don't know what
Who
would
pays
happen.
for all this?
That's who do you
That's
think?
going to Miami.
Who do you think? So there's a
say some Dr. Evil out there that, fronts all this.
that's a terrible way to refer to my wife because that's who would be fronting all this.
Oh, I got to play with Dr. Evil. Okay.
So he says there's
Yeah.
there's a tournament coming up in Miami. Like I don't know when it is, but
Damn, Miami.
he had said he goes, listen, I will pass the information along to this guy if you're interested.
So she could try out for this team?
I don't know if it's a tryout. I don't know if there are so few girls with Jamaican or Caribbean.
That
Whoever
play
wants
ice
to play
hockey.
can play.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
So I see this text, and it's very kind of this man. And it's like, the part of me is like, oh, this is
Yeah.
exciting. What an opportunity. But the other part of me is like, are you out of your effing mind?
So what do you got to go? So now you'll have to go Buffalo, Skinny Atlas, Miami,
That's a long road
Cairo, then back to Skinny Atlas, and that's just Saturday.
So I go to
You
my.
know, we don't have the Concorde anymore. You're not Phil Collins doing Live Aid.
How would that sound?
What a pointless trip that was.
Wait, how
would that sound?
Phil Collins on the count? So my thought is when I see this text, I go, all right, this is too much. It's too much. But I'll show my wife. My wife is also, she's doctor.
Burnt out.
Yeah, but she likes to travel and everything, man.
So I figured when I show my wife this text, she'll be
Ooh,
like,
a
no.
hot spot too, Miami.
She'll go like, it's too much. So I show it to her. She jumps out of her chair.
Oh, the shopping, the food,
So I go,
the
all right.
nightlife.
All right. I go, all right, but maybe, like my daughter, she's a good hockey player, right? But, this is international hockey.
It's huge.
I go, maybe the level of hockey is too much for her. So I go and I find this team, and they have the girls on this team, and I'm looking at the roster, and they show other teams that these girls have played on, and they're all teams that my daughter has played in
like
Canada.
she's familiar
I'm familiar with these teams, and they're like the same level, and I'm like, oh, my God, this is going to line up.
So she could make it.
I don't know what the hell. I'm waiting to hear now from the head coach of the Caribbean women's hockey team.
I can't believe somebody formed that.
I mean, good for the girl. Like, if they want to play, like, that's awesome. But, like, now that's the thing. Yeah. That's the thing that is now on the table.
All right.
International.
Wow, look at you, man.
Shut up. Shut up. And here's the worst part. Here's the worst part. Like, I'm half and half between, like, if this were to happen, no. And on the other side, like, this is the coolest thing ever.
It's pretty cool.
Like, it's really
Not
like,
a lot of people get to do
she's
that.
playing in Miami. I'm going.
like, you could go out there. Wait, what do you mean
You won't go
I'm
down.
gonna go watch.
You won't go to the West Side to watch her play, but you'll go to Miami.
Yeah. It's an excuse to go to Miami, see family, hang out.
Break room in
Back
Miami.
the shopping, the nightlife, the food.
It's like a 2-week tournament. It's like a 2-week tournament.
So they play like in a big arena down there?
I don't know what the last one they played was in New Jersey. They have a hockey arena in a mall, and that's where they did this massive tournament there. But like the other thing, and this is me again, like being stupid sports fantasy dad, right? Like I go on the website and I like sell the jerseys of the players on this team, so I could buy my daughter's Caribbean hockey jersey, which I would wear all the time.
Well, you'd have to.
Well, it's got a turtle on the front of it. It's really cool looking.
It's really dangerous for a turtle to be on the ice.
No, I mean it's water.
No, somebody's gonna think it's a puck.
So yeah, all right. I'm sorry.
All right.
I appreciate everyone letting me vent. And again, I know I'm not the only one in this boat, minus the Caribbean women's international hockey team. That's a me thing. Everyone else.
I am dying to hear a Jamaican call a hockey game.
Well, it would be any Caribbean. We can get someone from Barbados.
Oh, yeah. That accent would be hysterical.
How many of the people that play for that do you think are actually like live
None.
and born and live in the
They just
Caribbean?
have a connection through family.
Yeah, they don't have an ice rink in Jamaica.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Yeah.
So it's all
got to just be all.
It's Canadian American. There's a couple of folks.
You can't get ice in a drink in Jamaica, can you?
Well, yeah, on account of they're using all their energy for their cheese program.
Oh yeah, they have to ship it out to China. A lot of it.
Wait a minute.
With the tariffs, it's terrible.
There ain't no cheese in China. We don't have time. We have a dynamite. Take a deep breath. Got a break room for you this morning here on CMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, it's back, baby.
What's back?
It's been dark for over 6 years. In fact, it's been dangerous for over 6 years.
Dark and dangerous?
It is, and which is my wife's nickname around the house, Dark and Dangerous. It is smack dab in the middle of a neighborhood that is completely transformed, right in the middle of downtown.
Right.
And it has been an eyesore that, frankly, has been negative for this community.
So what are they doing with it?
That's just it. It's about to change.
Oh.
And look, as exciting as this is, there is the question, if this wasn't successful before, why would this version of it be successful again? And we'll get into it. Tell you what we're talking about just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, there's something new coming to Eastview Mall.
Oh.
Kind of new.
They got a new store?
Well, I mean, look, we know of this. This will be a new version of it, even though it's like the same version that's been there the whole time.
So it's there now.
They're
going to revamp it?
No, they're actually doing a second one.
So they're going to have two of the same store?
It's not a store per se.
The hell is it?
I'll explain next year in the break room on CMF. All right, so here's what's weird about this.
What happened?
Everyone will agree this food is great. You'll never meet anybody that's like, no, I don't really want one of these. Yet they only survive in this environment.
Oh.
With rare exception, at like the hipsterest of hipsterest places, you never go out other than this place and
One joint.
and get one of these.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. A man right at the end of where our signal hits is in some serious trouble. And it's all thanks to one kid being brave enough to stand up and say, hey, I don't think this is right. We'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Eastview Mall is getting a whole bunch of new stuff all
What's
the time.
going on?
Eastview Mall is getting an Auntie Anne's Pretzels.
Oh. I already thought they had one.
Put a pin in that. So they've opened a new location near the Dick's House of Sport.
Okay.
Right over there. And as Tommy just mentioned, you may be thinking, wait, I thought there was already an Auntie Anne's.
Right in that
there
spot,
was.
too.
It would be right now. That wasn't an Auntie Anne's. It was a different pretzel spot.
All right.
The Auntie Anne's was in the food
the food court.
You
Yeah.
got it. You nailed it. The chain is already in there. They are going to operate, apparently, both Auntie Anne's pretzels at the same time.
Wait, there's a need on both ends of the mall for pretzels.
It's not even really both ends of the mall. It's only like 100 yards away from the other one.
Not a far walk.
You got it. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. How much pretzel is too much pretzel?
This.
Well-
We've gone beyond pretzel logic.
We're Shut up. We've reached full pretzel saturation.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you said-
I would have said there would be a second Starbucks in there before you put a second pretzel in there. Because Starbucks seems to
there's always a long line at that Starbucks.
Well, here's the thing. There have always been two pretzel joints. There was Auntie Anne's.
But it was more like personal preference because
Yeah.
some people preferred one over the other.
Yeah, because like the Auntie Anne's, it's the skinny butter pretzel, which I would argue is
It's
slightly
the
different
greatest
pretzel.
thing ever invented.
It is great. But no, I mean, look, what's good about this is if you get a pretzel at the Auntie Anne's near the Dick's House of Sport, when you walk, by the time you get to the next Auntie Anne's, you'll be ready for your next pretzel.
Second, and you shouldn't have two pretzels in one mall trip. That's enough. That's too much goddamn salt alone.
Well, all right, but
and that's chunky like road salt. That's $4.90 salt. Like they throw them out that truck and drag them behind it. That's why they run them around on there in a string.
Kimmy, how much pretzel is too much pretzel?
I would have said this is too much pretzel. However, we went to the mall Saturday and it was just packed with families. And there was a line, I'm not kidding you, wrapped around the corner for the pretzels.
I thought the mall was
And I remember
dead.
thinking, and we go, I would never wait in line that, like if I saw that line, I'd be like, nah, not getting a pretzel today. But people were willing to wait.
All right, here's the thing. I won't wait in line for a lot of things.
I don't know if they had like a special going or what, but I've
pretzel
never
special.
seen a pretzel line that long.
Look, if I'm at the mall, in my head I say I'm gonna get a pretzel. There is not a line long enough where I'm not gonna get that
I
pretzel.
love pretzels.
Everybody loves pretzels.
But like I can't eat that much pretzel
Yeah.
unless I'm drinking. Like I get like a bowl of pretzels if I'm boozing
That's
it
a
up and
different
drinking beer.
pretzel.
Type of
That's a different pretzel.
Yeah.
No, I could-
This is more like a
I could
dessert
drink it.
style pretzel.
What?
You
No,
couldn't
what?
drink a beer and eat an
Savory.
Annie's pretzel?
No, if we're talking dry bag pretzels, that's not even the same
No, any
universe.
pretzel.
No, that's not.
No.
It's a
Dick.
different.
Way different.
No, you jackass.
No, I can eat any kind of pretzel.
All right. Is pretzel just a mall food? The pretzels we're talking about, not your dry ass bar pretzels.
Well, you're talking about the big ass pretzel.
Yeah.
Well, that in a baseball game.
Okay, so that's
Big
just
fluffy pretzels.
right? Like outside. Okay, so you get the mall pretzel, you get the arena pretzel or stadium pretzel. Outside of like the rare hipster bar that offers like a giant pretzel as an appetizer,
Yeah.
there is nowhere else in America to get a hot pretzel.
Yeah, there's no pretzel truck, right?
I haven't seen one. If there is a
Or even like a hot wagon like they do like out here with them sausages and stuff.
pretzel.
Yeah,
wagon.
it's not like a carnival food, you know?
Yeah, I've never gotten a pretzel at like
No.
okay.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: it's not like places haven't tried to make this happen. For example, there is a restaurant called the Philly Pretzel Company. It is a standalone pretzel business that operates outside of a mall environment. And as a matter of fact, they had a location in Pittsford on Monroe
Oh
Ave
yeah.
for a year or two right before COVID. That business didn't make it, which sucked because they had great pretzels.
Yeah, but that's a separate trip for a pretzel.
Yeah, I would make that trip often.
Oh. Yeah, I'm not gonna just drive to a pretzel store.
I'm going to the
Pretzel store. Need anything, Ma?
All right, so then here's my question.
All right.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. If we love pretzels enough
Yeah.
to support two Auntie Anne's 100 yards from each other in the same mall, why do we not love pretzels enough to eat them in the wild?
I think it's more just like a walking around. And there's something about the smell that gets you in the mall. Because you might not go to the mall thinking I'm getting a pretzel, but once you smell those smells, I got to have a pretzel. And you can't have that if you're just like driving around. You know what I mean?
But I'm also thinking if you're a 2 pretzel a day person,
Yeah.
you can't walk 100 yards.
If
Your
my
fat ass ain't walking no 100 yards.
pretzel isn't that bad for you, probably.
Those Annie pretzels are loaded,
Those
bro.
Annie pretzels are loaded.
You know they're loaded.
Annie, are you okay with your pretzels? It's your pretzels, Annie.
Google the calories on an Annie's
I'm not
pretzel.
gonna Google
Of course you're
I'm
not.
not going to Google
Because you know I'm right.
the calories.
Hell, they have a frosted pretzel.
Yeah, those are delicious.
Of course they are.
Those
It's
are absolutely
sugar,
delicious.
fat, and salt. It's the 3 things you crave as a Neanderthal.
252 WCMF 252-9263. The Auntie Anne's Pretzels is opening another location at Eastview Mall. They will be operating at the same time 2 Auntie Anne's locations, like 100 yards from each other. One outside of the Dick's House of Sport, the other one in the food court area. And if we love our pretzels that much, where you can have 2 of the same pretzel in the same mall, why do we not buy pretzels outside of the mall? All right. The cinnamon sugar Auntie Anne's pretzel is 470 to 480 calories. The pepperoni.
That's a half a sub.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
It is.
It's about the same amount of food.
No way it ain't.
A standard
Get no salami.
A standard Auntie Anne's original pretzel is 340 to 350 calories. That's not that bad.
Yeah, but then you get. But here's the thing. You're gonna be dipping.
No, I don't dip my pretzels.
People dip pretzels.
I don't know how you walk and dip.
Mustard.
That's an anti-dipper.
Yeah.
But I think that they
Mustard.
come up.
Mustard shot. Get out of my pretzel.
No, he's right. That's what
on
you
an
put on
Auntie
it.
Anne's pretzel.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
they have like
No.
a specialty.
Oh, they got
dipping
that
sauces.
garlic parmesan.
Yeah.
Gross, man. That pretzel stands on its own.
It does, but it does. I do like
I'm a
the
dipper,
dipping.
man.
Yeah.
Let the pretzel speak for itself. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Excelente Joe. Hey, Joe. How are you, buddy?
Good morning. These pretzels are making me thirsty.
Go home, Joe. Go home.
Come on, guys.
Guys.
I need a drink.
Guys. All right, look.
These pretzels are making me thirsty.
For those who don't know, we only hear from Excelente Joe when he has a Seinfeld reference to make about the discussion we are having on the air at that time.
Love you guys. See
Okay.
ya.
Bye, Joe. There goes Excelente Joe. We have Instagram messages coming in. Duffy and WCMF. JTL writes us, movie theaters have pretzel bites. Countless restaurants have them as an app.
So Wegman sells them too in those canisters by the bakery.
But they're not hot.
They're not.
You can bake them, but it doesn't come out the same. And they're not bad. I wouldn't turn them down.
Nah.
But, like, I don't go to Wegmans like, ooh, I got to get me one of them pretzel
Well, at
bites.
least you'd have something in the house.
Not the
It's
same.
something.
Not the same.
And almost not even worth it. The home baked ones.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one. So, like, the weirdest part of all this is the pretzel place in the mall is usually the most successful of all of the food places in the mall. Like, for example, when Marketplace Mall was closing for good, one of the last places in the mall to shut down was Auntie Anne's Pretzels.
Oh.
Like, the mall was almost completely empty, and they were still operating, which tells me there were people going to an empty mall just
for a pretzel.
Yes, but that won't work outside of a mall environment. Like, you can't even go into a fast food restaurant. There isn't a fast food restaurant that sells you a pretzel.
No.
Weird.
Well, it doesn't really go with a sandwich.
Well,
though.
but pretzel doesn't go with anything.
No.
Like in bars, like, you know, sometimes bars will have a pretzel as an appetizer.
Yeah.
Like, I think I would eat a McDonald's pretzel. You wouldn't?
Nah, I mean,
Nah.
is that what I'm thinking? Burgers and fries.
No,
you know?
Yeah, I'm going there first. It's pretty rare at those places, especially, that I branch out and try something new. I just
Like a
go with
hot
what
dog
I
and a
want,
pretzel
you know?
would go together more than a burger.
Well,
and a
no, you
pretzel.
get a hot dog and a pretzel bun. That's what you do,
Oh.
which they also sell at all the pretzel places
Okay.
in the mall. By the way, Auntie Anne is also offering something to pretzel lovers.
What?
They have what's called the Golden Pretzel Pass. Now, I don't know how limited these are.
Jesus Christ.
You make it sound like Jurassic Park.
Jesus Christ. The pretzel pass.
For $50, you get a pretzel every week for the year,
Wow.
which I think is a pretty good deal.
Wait, for $50, I get.
52 pretzels for $50.
All right, so it's a buck of pretzel.
Less than a buck of pretzel.
All right. How much are any pretzels?
Like $3 to $5, if I
Right.
remember correctly.
Not too bad.
Probably more than that. What is the appropriate amount of time between pretzels?
I think you should have once a week is probably about as much as you should push it.
So you'd be fine with the pretzel pass, one pretzel a week.
I mean, I'm not crazy about it, but you shouldn't be piling the pretzels in.
Oh, you're talking about a pretzel pile.
Oh, yeah.
Kimmy, what is the appropriate amount of time between each pretzel you eat?
I don't think I've ever had back-to-back pretzels.
Like, okay, so we were just mentioning when you were on the phone.
Yeah.
Auntie Anne's is selling a limited $50
Yeah.
golden pretzel pass. You get one pretzel a week.
Oh, you're saying like we're not talking like in the same day. We're saying
Like, you have a pretzel. How many days go by until you feel comfortable eating a pretzel again?
I mean, I feel like once I have a pretzel, like I'm good for a while. I kind of got my pretzel fix. It's not something I'm going to crave for a little while after that. So I would say like one pretzel a week would be a lot for me.
Okay.
Because that's a special trip each week
Yeah.
to get that goddamn
Yeah.
pretzel. You're not always going to the mall.
Well, no, you're right. But same time, I do feel like a pretzel is a gateway food. Because, like, once I have a pretzel, I go, why don't I have pretzels more?
All right.
Like, I think if I can get past the 72-hour pretzel period, I'm good for, like, a couple of weeks. But if I have a pretzel and then I'm back at the mall again, like, 24, 48 hours later, I'm going to get another pretzel.
Okay.
I think.
All right.
Oh. 252 WCMF. We'll wrap it up with Pete. Petey, what's going on, buddy?
Good morning, break room. So I'm 66. Remember the Easy Bake Oven?
Yeah.
Well, they had a toy that was pretzel maker, and we had one when we were kids back in the late 60s. So we used to eat pretzels all the time.
That's great, man.
Wow.
That's
The memories.
It's the same thing as going to the mall and getting a big pretzel.
See, that's what your mouth
He's
sounds like.
pretzel shaming you.
That's what it sounds like your mouth when you eat 100 Easy Bake Oven pretzels. He hung up the phone. He
Mic
hung up
drop.
the-
I want to know as a little boy why he had an Easy Bake Oven.
I will be honest.
That was for a little girl.
It was, but I was always jealous.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Like, there was a time
There was that
What
pretzel.
little kid doesn't want cookies? Mini
When-
cookies.
as I was getting older and I had aged out, Pizza Hut put out their own version of the Easy Bake Oven where you could make mini pizzas.
Yeah.
And I was like,
under a light bulb.
yes, exactly. But I was like 13 and I was like, oh, I'm too old for this. But damn it, I would have loved that.
But it was like a little pink oven for little girls to make brownies.
Well, they made different versions of it, to your point.
But why couldn't you make like a blue version? Like, 'cause we had creepy crawlers. You can't eat those
Yeah,
and
true.
survive. There was always that kid on the back of the bus that would eat the creepy crawlers, and he
Ooh.
always had to go get medicine at
Yeah.
lunchtime.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's
That's
a
probably
lot.
still sitting in his stomach today.
All right, let's take a break. There is a young man who was responsible for the arrest of somebody that was responsible for his safety.
So he narked on the guy?
Okay, well, you say narc like it's a bad thing. When
Oh,
you
no, good narc.
narc is
Good narc.
a good narc.
Good narc.
Doing a good narking. Your kid probably knows when they're in danger most of the time.
Yeah.
But they may not know what this looks like because if they've been raised in like a stable situation,
Yeah.
how would they know what this
Okay.
looks like? It all comes down to what a bus driver is accused of doing.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. Thank God this kid did what he did.
Okay.
But it's also interesting because, look, if your kid is growing up in a safe and stable environment, they wouldn't know what this looks like.
All right.
And
Well, they're sheltered.
but for good reason.
Oh, yeah.
And here's the thing. Maybe it's time that if you are a parent, you have this discussion about what this looks like with your kid. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning. It's back, baby.
Back.
Look, it's a dangerous eyesore in a neighborhood in downtown Rochester that has revitalized itself.
Oh.
And at one point, this was like a jewel of America. I'm not making this up.
Of America.
Of America. But it's fallen in really rough times.
Is it dilapidated?
It is. Bro, dilapidated is an understatement.
Oh.
Here's the thing, though. If it struggled to succeed before,
Yeah.
why is this idea going to be different?
Maybe it's making some kind of weird comeback.
All right, well, we'll figure it out, and we'll do it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. A story that happened yesterday out of Oswego, which is right on our listening line.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, everybody out in Oswego. A bus driver had been arrested for driving under the influence.
Oh.
So police responded yesterday to the Oswego High School around 3:15 in the afternoon when they got a call from a parent. Authorities say that parent's child had taken a video of the bus driver while the kid was on the bus.
Bad if the kids notice. Yeah.
Police took that man into custody and they gave him sobriety tests. That's when they determined he was under the influence of, and I quote, several non-alcoholic substances.
Okay, that could be anything.
Yep. Police say they were hoping to get more information by testing his blood, but when they tried that, his blood ate through the test tube. I made that last part up. But they are testing his blood.
All right.
There is an investigation open. What is really bad for this guy, not only is he being charged with aggravated DWI, because he was driving a school bus, he is facing 30 counts of reckless endangerment and 14 counts of endangering the welfare of a child. The 30 students he was driving
packed house.
30 students, mostly middle and high school kids. And I asked this question based on how this man was popped, if the allegations are true. 252 WCMF. Do you think your kid knows what drunk or drugged driving looks like?
Oh. I mean, maybe at a certain age it clicks in, but these little ones wouldn't know for sure.
I mean, that's just an adult who you think you have to trust is driving you around.
You don't even know what he's doing, really.
But, like, even for, like, a middle school or high school kid, I want you to think for a second. Like, ideally.
Well, those kids should know.
How?
I don't know.
Social media.
But but how much was I paying
right. Everyone's following that hot Insta account, drunk drivers.
No, but you can't tell me all that stuff doesn't show up, people getting in trouble, people taking videos of people doing bad stuff. It's all out there.
I don't know, though. When I'm on the bus, like, I'm just along for the ride.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm really, like, that's what I mean. Like,
Unless he's
it had to have been
herky-jerky driving.
a pretty rough ride for a kid to take notice of the way the driver was driving.
So you have that aspect of it, like how oblivious kids can just be to
Yeah.
everything, right? And then past that, ideally, your kid has never been in a car with a drunk driver.
Yeah.
Like you as a parent wouldn't do that. You wouldn't trust a friend of theirs parent who drinks to drive them around. And it's not like all driving under the influence is obvious.
No, true.
Right? Should your kid know what drunk driving or driving under the influence looks like? Like, is this a discussion we should be having with our, 10, 11, 12, up to
What
18?
am I telling them to look for outside of the obvious?
But, I mean, maybe the obvious isn't obvious to them.
All right.
I mean, think about this, too. Like, you grew up in a world
We
where,
live in a world.
thank you, drunk driving was common.
Oh, it was mandatory in some parts of South Florida.
It was barely against
yeah.
the law. You know what drunk driving is. As Kimmy and I got older, it was less common, but we saw drunk driving. I mean, today, thank goodness, drunk driving happens at a fraction of what it used to. So they have never even been on the road with someone at the same time.
And they're not drinking alcohol because they said it was non-alcoholic.
They said non-alcohol influence.
So you don't know what they're doing. Like I can see if you're drinking something,
Like if
but
it's
you're
that
not.
obvious.
Yeah.
It's not that obvious. Yeah, that would be tough.
And like the other thing that's unsettling about this story, and the reason I bring up this question, if you got into an Uber, Kimmy, if you got into an Uber and you realized the driver was effed up, both of you would immediately get out of that car.
Yeah.
Right? Pull over, thank you,
Yeah.
have a good day. The kid who took this video took the whole ride home.
Oh.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, they don't have a choice.
Well,
right?
they do. I mean, that kid had a cell phone, which he took a video with. He could have, if he was confident that this driver was really messed up, called 911 from the back of that bus.
Yeah.
right? Like, none of the kids on the bus asked him to stop, as far as we know.
Yeah.
They didn't call their parents in that moment to let them know what was going on. And I understand that maybe a kid is too scared to do that.
I
Sure.
would have been afraid to do that.
Maybe they're not sure what they're seeing. But, I mean, the fact of the matter is that kid was in harm's way for a while he was on that bus.
Sure.
And by the grace of whatever, made it home safe.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, do you think teenage you would have had the balls to call the cops? No?
Would ask him what he's taking.
Okay.
I would have gotten off the bus and be like, "Good luck, everybody."
So you wouldn't have even told your parents?
I probably
Oh,
not.
no.
I didn't tell my parents anything.
No, because that would just be a whole nother thing.
Well, yeah, a whole nother keeping everyone safe thing?
Listen, and I don't know how that would fall in my house as a kid.
What do you mean by that?
Was he a hippie taking drugs? He's a good guy. You know, my father had this weird idea about life. He didn't think beer was drinking.
Okay.
He thought only hippies took drugs. No adult, man would take a drug. You know what I mean? It was for the hippies.
So he would have just dismissed what
He
you
would have
said.
said, you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Okay. 252 WCMF story that went down yesterday. A school bus driver in Oswego has been arrested for driving under the influence. Police were called around 3:15 after a parent alerted police that their child had taken a video of the bus driver while the child was on the bus. Police gave that bus driver sobriety test. They determined, according to authorities, he was, quote, under the influence of several non-alcoholic substances. He's being charged with aggravated DWI, and because he was driving 30 kids on the bus, he is facing 30 counts of reckless endangerment and 14 counts of endangering the welfare of a
That dude
child.
is fried.
If the allegations are true.
Oh, yeah.
Lou writes us on Instagram.
Lou.
Duffy on WCMF. He says, this is what happens when you have a bus driver shortage. You're forced to hire people that aren't qualified. Dangerous decisions by these school districts. I mean, there's nothing that suggests.
And we don't know what happened back in the day that nobody reported
Thank
either.
you. Well,
know?
no. Yeah.
I don't know.
We also kind of do, though, because before the bus driver shortage happened, we would still get these drunk.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's not.
We've been getting those for years.
It's not the
man.
first time it's happened.
You remember that woman from, I forget what district she drove for around here? She got drunk and took a school bus full of kids to McDonald's.
Yep.
And she still got busted. No loyalty.
Let me tell you, man. Give me a Big Mac. I'm cool.
Like, think
Because
how.
was it on the way to school?
I think it was
Or
on the way to
Because
school.
those
Oh,
kids had to
man.
be somewhere.
Nice.
I
Egg
think.
McMuffin before school.
Like, how drunk
wouldn't
do
have
you
said
have
a
to be?
word.
That's what I'm saying. How drunk do you have to be that the kids got Egg McMuffins and they still
Yeah.
were like, hey, we're not sure this is okay. Let me ask you a question, Tommy.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. If you saw a school bus driving erratically right now, would your first thought be that driver is under the influence?
Well, it's hard because we just had this conversation, so I don't know.
Before we had this conversation.
It's. I mean, like if I just see I'm guessing the guy's wasted.
Okay. Because, I mean, there's also the explanation of those kids are acting a fool. I would think that most parents would see that and those kids are acting up. That's why those bus drivers drive the way they are. Goddamn kids on the bus.
All right.
Go round and round, round and round.
But as somebody that has been a chronic drunk driver, I probably would go drunk driving first.
Okay.
It was things like that.
So you'd call the police then?
Yeah, I would. With the kids, I would call.
You literally just said, as a kid, you wouldn't have said
Well, as a
anything.
kid, I
Okay.
wouldn't, but as an adult
You've changed your
man-child,
You've changed.
I would take my tiny little hand. But what would that sound like if I call?
No, she's on the phone. There's nothing
damn
we can do. Yeah, I know. She's got 5 jobs. She's got a lot of things to do here.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
can't always be doing impressions of you that she does, and then you try to do better because she took the attention away from you. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Austin.
Austin sounds like a narc.
What's up, Austin?
Hey, what's going on?
What up?
King narc.
So when I was a kid, we had a substitute bus driver one day, and this was in the morning. She was like swerving all over the place, stopping short. And one of the parents seen her coming down the road and wouldn't put her kid on the bus. And then like 2 miles later, the head bus mechanic came with a car, made her pull over, she almost her in the ditch. And
Oh, no, we're losing
Again,
Austin.
and-
Okay. All right. You were breaking up. I'm sorry. So the mechanic comes over, pulls her over. She also almost puts the bus in a ditch. What happened then?
so she got in the car and he got in the bus and finished the route, and we never saw her again, and nothing was ever said about it.
Wow.
Wow.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Austin, what year do you think this was?
1932.
Oh, probably 04, 05.
Okay.
By the way, you have the oldest voice
Yeah,
ever.
you
I
ain't
know.
good.
I was waiting for you to say like 1976.
Wow, they swept it under the rug. Then.
Well, I mean, like
It was a substitute bus driver too. I don't know.
Well, it was a long time ago. Nobody had cell phones or anything.
Also, a
so
good point.
Austin, how old are you?
It would be your age,
I'm
right?
31.
30. No, that's what. Yeah, see,
Oh,
that's what I
shoot.
said. Because if he was a kid, I graduated.
I was
in
assuming he
04.
was like in high school. Then.
Austin's 31. He's been chewing on gravel every single day when he gets up. Austin, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Yeah, we'll see it.
There goes Austin. No, it's funny because like I always use 04, 05, 06 as like the timeline of
The last people to get away with
yes,
it.
because like it's right when like
It had to be really in your face, I think, for the news to grab a hold of it.
because that would be the only way you heard about it. Like right when like MySpace, Facebook, those things started showing up. That's when people could share all this stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, so yeah, like there was that. Some people would get away with horrific things, and other people would get popped for stuff where you'd be like, oh, I don't know. So, but now you're all exposed. So don't drunk drive a school bus. This is good news for downtown Rochester.
Okay.
Like really good.
So they're
news.
going to fix this thing up.
Not only fix it up, they're going to make it better than it ever was.
Damn.
And, it's been around for so long that I don't think people understand how important this was to our community when it first opened up. It was one of the biggest in America.
America.
Yes, America. But here's the thing.
Right.
Now, I don't want to poo-poo this change because we need it. We need it. We need it.
Yeah.
But if it failed before,
Yeah.
why, with even more competition, is it going to succeed now? And we'll tell you what landmark in downtown Rochester is coming back with a vengeance. Next. I'll see you then. It's back, baby.
What's back?
And not a moment too soon.
Oh.
This has become a dangerous situation. And we've asked multiple times on this show, when the hell are they going to do something about this thing downtown? It's like the biggest thing downtown.
The biggest thing.
And at one point, it was the biggest one of these in America.
Wow.
The good news.
What's the good news?
They have a plan for it. But I think it is fair to ask, if it was not successful as this before,
Yeah.
what's different now?
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7:25, 7:30 this morning. We talked a couple of days ago about the fights out in Fairport.
Oh, yeah.
Happened on Saturday night, and the reaction from folks that live in the area who are saying this is getting ridiculous. Bar scene is, it's not sustainable. We have to change something. You and I begged the folks out that way based on things we've seen.
Yeah.
Don't overreact.
Yeah.
The other bar owners have now come out and suggested something they would like.
Okay.
And hope you all enjoyed Fairport.
Oh, no.
Hope everyone had a good time
Oh, man.
out in Fairport. We'll get to it
All right.
just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday,
What happened?
we got our first look at what the new Rochester Riverside Hotel is going to look like.
Oh.
So we're all familiar with the hotel we're talking about?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
old dilapidated building.
Yep,
Yeah.
right there on the river. It was the Clarion.
It was the Holiday Inn.
Yeah, but okay, so it opened in 1970 as the Holiday Inn. And here's a fun fact from you.
Got the comedy club in there.
They did have Rochester's only comedy club at the time in there.
Mm-hmm.
When it opened as the Holiday Inn in 1970, the Riverside Hotel was the largest hotel in America.
Really?
Was?
Yes.
Wait, bigger than those ones in Vegas?
Bigger than the one at
Well,
the time
yeah.
in 1970. Vegas was hardly a thing in 1970.
But even like New York City didn't have bigger hotels.
Yeah.
It's
It
just
had-
like amazing to think about.
It had almost 500 rooms in it.
Ooh.
And if
Yeah.
you've ever been inside when it was operating, you know the thing was just
Yeah.
enormous.
Oh, it was.
And throughout the years, the Riverside Hotel underwent a bunch of transformation, but it was a central part of downtown Rochester. You brought up holding our only comedy club for a while.
Mm-hmm.
It's been the site of countless balls, proms, and weddings.
Yeah.
It
Had all
was.
those conference rooms.
You got that. It was the central hub for the St. Patrick's Day Parade for decades, and then COVID hit.
Mm-hmm.
The hotel closed, and it got bad.
Yeah, it just went
Except,
in the tubes.
Well, it
to
started
your
with
point, it was fully functioning to that point.
Yep,
right?
COVID
Like
hit.
it wasn't like it was.
Got a restaurant bar in there right on
Yeah.
the street level.
All
It
right,
was
so
nice.
we'll talk about that in a
Yeah.
second. So, like, when it closed, the vandalism hit, and then you had people squatting inside while it was boarded up,
Yeah.
and then the fires started, and it became very dangerous, not just for the buildings that surrounded it and the neighborhood that was there, but the
Yeah.
people, like the firefighters, that had to go in to a building that had no electricity. They didn't know how,
No heat.
the structure, all this stuff, and they got to
Yeah.
go in and take care of it.
Weren't people throwing stuff out the windows?
They were throwing
too?
stuff
Oh,
out the
yeah,
windows.
into the
Yes.
river.
You got
Yeah.
it. Yeah. And for years, it just kind of sat there.
So what's going on?
All right. Well, there is a new plan. The new plan, it will still function as a hotel, but they're going to include apartments. The renderings we saw yesterday, the Riverside Hotel will have 123 hotel rooms and 171 apartment units. That's how big this place is.
So they're going to completely gut it
They'd have to.
and
Yeah.
rebuild it.
Well, I mean, bro, they've had squatters in there for 6 years.
No, but who's
Yeah.
putting up all that money?
I mean, I'm sure they're
Somebody
gonna get-
still owns it, right? Or
So-
does the city own it?
No, they've owned
Yeah.
whoever owns it
That's
has
what I
owned it this
thought.
entire
Yeah.
time, just
Yeah.
letting it rot there. So on top of the 123 hotel rooms and the 171 apartments, there are going to be spaces for retail and restaurant.
Okay.
You want the funniest part of this?
What's that?
This plan will be a go when it gets approval from the New York State Historic Preservation Office. It's
Preservation.
It's a state landmark.
No.
How is it a
kidding.
landmark?
I don't know,
It's too modern.
but it's funny. Well, 1970 is 60 years
That
old.
gets landmarked now.
It's 66 years old.
Yeah, but I always thought it was like ancient
Yeah,
stuff.
like I thought it had to be historic.
Yeah, like birth
Bricks
of,
in the
you know,
road.
of our country.
You know, as history goes on, more things become historic.
Yeah.
yeah, but some
Like
of
when
it.
But
Pearl
I guess
Harbor
when it
happened
would-
the next day, it wasn't that historic. It was like, you see what happened yesterday in Hawaii.
But
Okay,
she was
anything
put-
before World War II to me ain't historic.
You mean after World War II?
Anything after.
That too.
Yeah.
That one too.
Also that.
You know what I'm saying?
But I find it kind of funny. They can't fix it up without approval from the
Yeah.
New York State Historic Preservation Office, even though the person who owned it was allowed to let it sit there and
Yeah.
get set on fire over and over again.
And I got a question like, what are you going to preserve from the past?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I wonder what like rules and regulations they'd have to follow because whenever, you
Yeah,
know,
you
that,
got to keep
that,
like the outside has
some
to look
type-
the same, right?
Yeah.
It's also possible that like the architecture was done by somebody famous, and that's why
But it's just a
been.
box. Like it's so ugly.
It is. The inside is very unique. You have the lobby, you have the restaurant, you have the
Yeah.
second floor, which is conference rooms, and then you have all the hotels. It is a very unique layout.
All right.
All right. Look, we spent a lot of time in hotels across
Chris
the
Rock stayed there.
Wow.
That's a big name.
Wow. By the way,
Twice.
1970 to 2026 is 56. Shut up, Phil. We all know I
Yeah,
can't
you don't
do
even
that.
make your own
You
landmark.
didn't argue with me when
You
I said
go
it.
60
You didn't
years.
argue me when I said it. All
And
right.
by the way, a landmark should not have had cable. Okay, there you go.
Okay, babe.
Okay.
All right, all right.
Okay.
It ain't one. You can't be a landmark if you don't have an actual old timey log lit fireplace.
They probably have a fireplace in there somewhere.
It's electric.
Do.
It's electric.
Yeah, that was everyone got it. 252 WCMF. Yesterday, we got our first look at the new Riverside Hotel. 252 WCMF. Are we confident that this plan is going to work?
I'm just trying to think, like, who's gonna buy the housing,
Oh, the housing isn't what I'm worried about. People will live there.
and then who's going to all these restaurants and all that stuff?
All right, so let's
Because
talk
they're saying retail with restaurants.
retail and restaurant space. All right, so look, you brought it up before. The restaurant space isn't unique. There was a Bennigan's in that hotel
Oh yeah,
for years.
there was always a restaurant in there.
Happy,
right?
happy birthday from everyone.
I had that
Bennigan's.
outdoor pool area. Was nice.
I know, not unique at all. Got the outdoor pool.
It was nice.
It
was nice.
Kimmy, do you believe in this idea?
I want to believe in this
She
idea.
wants to believe.
She wants to believe, but she ain't believing.
Because the thing is, I just think like we've gotten our hopes up a lot for certain projects,
Okay.
especially downtown that maybe never happened or they were just never talked about again. Like I want to see something happen with it.
All right, look, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I think we can also say, however, that the track record within the last 5 to 10 years is way better than it was the 10
Yeah,
years
but
before.
but we even say like those were smaller projects that kind of happened organically, whereas this seems like too big a thing to take on.
All right, here's the problem, though. You have to do something with it.
No, I agree.
Because that street
Yeah.
there
Yeah.
has been totally remade over
Yeah.
the last 10 years. They're doing a great job with it. Like that was not just that building. That side of the street has been an eyesore in downtown
Oh, yeah.
Rochester
Yeah.
for 25 years.
Easily.
So I guess my question is this: like, if you guys aren't sure about this, and I understand it because I'm kind of with you. Like,
Who's going down there shopping? Who's going down there to eat?
Well, the people that
Well,
live
you have
in
like
the 171 apartments.
The convention
Okay.
center there too that holds a lot of events.
All right.
I
You
mean,
have-
at one point they were connected.
They still are.
Well, didn't they block it off?
Yeah,
though?
I'm sure they're going to open it
Yeah.
back
But
up.
that
Right,
walkway they
right.
had,
Yeah.
All right, so here's my again, like it's easy to criticize, it's hard to create.
super easy.
If you are not going to make it a hotel and all this stuff again, what would you rather see done with it?
Well, to your point, knock it down and just make it open space
Okay,
because you want to recreate that whole Riverwalk theme, right?
it is on the river, and I would assume you asked where this money's coming from. I'm sure part of the Rock the Riverway money is going to go to improving this hotel.
All right,
But I mean, bro,
it's gonna flop.
it was.
Well,
It's not gonna work.
The 100. I would like to think the 171 apartments are going to float this boat.
But you gotta have people that are they condos you gotta buy? Is it rentals?
I don't know.
Well, wasn't it still? I mean, it was still a functioning hotel before COVID.
Kind
right?
of.
It had
I
gotten
believe-
really bad.
Did
yeah,
it?
it ain't.
Whoever, I mean,
Ain't
I
the
don't.
Like,
Ritz.
did it get bad because people weren't going, or just like they weren't taking care of it?
They were taking care of it. Like
Oh.
there's
It's
a
been
lot-
run down for years. man.
There's a lot of reasons why businesses
Yeah.
will fail. I don't know who owned it the
Yeah.
last time I went in there, but I do remember the last time I was in there. There were like holes in walls, like the escalator
Wait,
wasn't.
Billy
working.
stayed there
But I wonder
and
if
Chris Rock.
Who?
I wonder
Talk
if
about
people,
Chris Rock.
if there had been better upkeep, if it could have, stayed a functioning hotel.
I mean, don't forget you get the Hyatt
the
right
interest
across the
is
street.
still
Oh, and you have the
Yeah.
Hilton Garden Inn, which opened a
Yeah.
couple of years
Right,
ago.
so I mean, you got a lot of space down there for like hotel.
All right, but here's the other weird part about Rochester hotels, and maybe this is the crux of the conversation.
All
All
right.
right, 252 WCMF, we had mentioned a second ago that this hotel, which when it opened, the Riverside Hotel in 1970, believe it or not, was the largest hotel in America, having almost 500 rooms, is on the New York State Historic Preservation List. We were trying to figure out why. You said there was a rule that if it's ever had cable, it can't be historic. Rammer's going to tell us. He's on CMF. Hey, Rammer, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning. Doing good. How you doing?
Great, Rammer, great.
So, yeah, a little bit of tidbit info here. Historic because simply of the people that stayed there. Back in the day, every musical group that came to the War Memorial stayed and partied at that hotel. That was where the celebrities went to, and this was before the Hyatt existed. So there weren't a lot of options. I mean,
Okay.
just based on that alone, it should be historic.
All right, now, Rammer, I'm going to ask you a question, and you know I love you. Are you saying this because that's written down somewhere, or are you saying this because you think that's why it's historic?
No, I'm saying this is because we used to take all these people to and from these venues in their hotels.
So 2 then. So number 2.
Well, the point is that you don't know that the majority of people don't know that the parties that went on in that hotel from the rock bands that were performing at the War Memorial, it's just, I mean, they're probably responsible for half of the destruction of the place. But
Yeah, Zeppelin stuck back in and was throwing stuff out of the balcony a couple of years ago.
well, we were in the limousine business, and we were doing the transportation for these groups, and that's where they all stayed.
Okay. All right. Rammer,
It's part of history.
thank you for the call. You are also part of history, buddy. Thank you for the call. Have a good rest of the
He
day.
drove the stars to the hotel.
That would be a pretty cool gig.
Oh, my God.
All right, so
The
you
parties, Pat.
brought up the hotel aspect of it. So you brought up the hotel across the street that's been functioning the whole time.
Everybody, and remember, they put that steakhouse in there, Morton's. It didn't last 6 months.
That was before everything started to turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
And look, even if everything was going well, I don't think a Morton Steakhouse, that was a terrible idea. It
Yeah.
was a terrible idea.
What?
All right.
$100 steak.
Yeah.
We don't want that.
That being said, every town in Rochester is building more hotels. They just built one around the corner from my house, and I already have 6 hotels around where
Oh.
I live. For some reason,
Yeah.
somebody thinks that Rochester, New York, the greater Rochester area, needs a ton of hotel space.
Well,
And-
maybe we need it for the rock bands that are coming in.
all right,
I hear they're going to book Mott the Hoople next week.
What? Oh, what is the reason for all of these new hotels that are being built in Rochester?
Well, I now know why. It's all the sports.
You might be right.
It's all the high school sports. You said like all this youth stuff that comes to town.
Yeah, I mean, but Rochester specifically, huge travel hockey, huge travel soccer, huge travel lacrosse. So, like, there's tournaments for those every weekend.
Yeah.
in
That are
Rochester.
regional events
Yeah.
that people drive in for.
Well,
That's
regional,
probably what it is.
international. I mean, you got people coming from Canada.
Get out of here.
Do they stay downtown though, or are they usually like in the outskirts?
Only if to ride with Rammer. Rammer brought in all the high-end celebrity kids, and the parties, Kimmy.
Kimmy.
Oh, my God.
With these tournaments, you stay where you can. Like,
Okay, I was
we'll-
just curious.
Like, we'll go to a tournament in Pittsburgh, and we have to stay 45 minutes away from the
Okay.
rink. Like, I remember we had a tournament in my kids' team in Boston this year, and the hotels open at, like, noon. Like, you can book your room. Every family, every coach
yeah.
runs to the computer because if you don't get a hotel immediately,
Yeah.
you're staying 2 hours away from where your kids
So
play
there you
hockey.
go.
So, I mean,
So
but
maybe that'll help, though, with some of that stuff.
But it can't just be youth sports. There's got to be something else happening where Rochester needs the hotel
Maybe
space.
we use sex balls, militias. I mean, we probably got a lot of people coming in.
Maybe we're a sex balls militia.
Militia.
Yeah, because like our company,
Those guys party.
company retreats and things like that, are those enough to keep that type of thing going? Because like, I'm just trying to think. I feel like a lot of that kind of stuff went away during COVID too.
Yeah, I
like
mean,
the
look,
extra stuff.
Just in that area,
Yeah.
you are going to have 4 big hotels because don't forget there's the now
Get the
actual
Strath.
Holiday. No, the Holiday Inn that's around the corner,
Yeah.
whatever it is now.
Right.
Wyndham, I think it is. Right? Like, and then you brought up the Strath, but that's got like 2.5 hotel rooms in it.
It's very small.
Right? And then there's another hotel they just opened up in the neighborhood of
Yeah.
Clay.
Yeah.
Like, that's a huge hotel.
Okay.
Like, I mean, what am I missing here?
I don't know.
252 WCMF.
Oh, the skate park crew. Probably host a lot of tournaments.
Oh,
for
the
skate park.
skate park crew.
Yeah, coming in for the big skate park tournament.
Park tournament.
Mr. Sasquatch writes us on Instagram.
What's he saying?
Duffy at WCMF. He says, Tommy nailed it on the head. I live in Macedon. They built a micro hotel. People weren't happy, but it's busy every week. It's filled with sports people and construction workers. If you keep building hotels, you will always need hotels for the construction workers building those hotels.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like a hotel cheat code. Just never stop building hotels. I had asked you guys, if you don't do what they're doing with it now, what do you make it?
Yeah.
And neither of you had an answer, but Walter does.
What does he
Okay.
say?
He writes us on Instagram, Duffy and WCMF. He says, turn it into a casino. Let's talk about this.
Oh, rock the casino.
So downtown casino has been a brilliant idea for 30 years now,
Yeah.
right? And the idea is you're going to bring business downtown.
Oh,
Money's going to
It
flow.
turns everything around.
All right. I know I am speaking for Tommy when I say
Yeah.
the last thing you would ever want is a downtown casino.
Yes.
Because with rare exceptions, when you put a casino in your downtown, it destroys your
It
downtown.
just sucks all the energy out of the neighborhood.
You got it. All of the money goes to the casino. All of the restaurants in the casino benefit. All of the hotel rooms in the casino are the ones that get booked. And you bring in an element of, like, everyone thinks like casino. You think tuxedos and glitz and glamour. That ain't it, man. It's your aunt who's
Not the
missing
regulars.
Yeah.
Your aunt who's missing a foot on oxygen is the one spending, all of her money down
Right.
at the casino. This is not like the fancy fun. Like Turning Stone is a resort destination.
Yeah.
Well, it's
You're going
different.
out of your
Golf,
way for
it's got
that.
everything.
Exactly. You're not getting that.
Yeah.
You're getting
The casino.
Yes.
That's it.
yes, degenerate gamblers that are going to spend all of their time at that.
I mean,
casino.
occasionally a rammer might drop off a celebrity to hit the tables for a couple hours.
And look, I say this having experienced it. Right,
Yeah.
you saw this. We would go into these cities
Oh,
in the
all
South
over,
and the
yeah.
Midwest that decided the downtown casino would work, and every time you went into these
Those
cities,
riverboat.
Doesn't Buffalo
Landing.
have one?
so that one is actually working.
Is
looks
it?
like.
Oh, okay. Because I thought there wasn't anything around it for a long time.
So it's building up, but it was also next to the arena. It wasn't a standalone thing.
Oh.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The arena's down there. There's a
It was-
bar
it
section
came
down there.
later.
All right.
The casino came afterwards. All right. We have more Instagram messages coming in.
What's the
Duffy and
matter?
WCMF. We were asking about, what the hotels would be for.
Yeah.
Museums and music, according to Shane, are bringing
Music.
people here. Well, you got the Jazz Fest, Fringe Fest. You got a
All
bunch
right.
of stuff downtown.
But that's
Okay.
like, a weekend once in a while.
Well, both of those are 2 weeks. That's a month out of the year
Okay.
that you got to put
Is that
people
enough?
up.
All right.
I don't know.
But they probably already have that booked, right? I mean, because Jazz Fest has been coming here for 25 years now.
Yeah, but are there some artists that have to get hotels in Henrietta?
Yeah, the ones that suck. Tony Tuba, you're not putting him up fancy.
How dare you speak
Tony
that
Tuba
way
and the two bets.
about Tony Tuba, the two
Where are the two bets?
They've been working this circuit for 45 years.
Sammy saxophone.
I was two-betting when you were still crapping green, son. So the one thing we don't know
What was that?
about this rendering we saw yesterday for the new Rochester Riverside Hotel, again, if you are just joining us, it's going to be 123 hotel rooms, 171 apartments, and space for retail and restaurants. There's no timeline,
Of course not.
right? And I would guess
That's a
Kimmy,
huge project, man.
it is, and based on the vandalism that happened, it's probably in rough shape on the inside.
Yeah.
Like, is this a 12-month plan when it gets approved? Is this a 5-year plan when it gets approved? Because I guess my only concern, is you miss the window of the growing of that neighborhood. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? Like, because things are really good right now. There's new
Yeah.
stuff coming all the time. Like, do you hit like a wall and then the hotel opens and it's like, we're bored with
Yeah.
this? You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like, you got to hit it in stride.
As it's growing.
Exactly. So I don't know. I mean, if you can get it done in 2 years, I think you're good. If this is a 5-year thing,
Yeah.
you might have a
but-
problem. Okay, you just want it to
No,
fail.
I don't.
Why do you want it
It
to
just
fail?
seems like it's too big.
Okay.
You built a building that's too big for the town. You don't need it. And nobody's going downtown to do retail
Nobody's
shops.
going downtown.
To do retail? You're going to go retail?
Nobody's going downtown.
You can't do retail in the malls you had. Now you're going to do harder to get to retail with harder parking to go downtown and have a burger.
No, but retail could be something as simple as like old man wave, a bodega for the folks that live in
Right,
those
that's if
apartments.
there are
okay, but
people
they
living
have
in it.
those.
Where?
But if you
Probably
could just go
around
They
the
downstairs.
don't. It's a food desert.
Yeah.
They're
There you
actually they just had to do a state thing to get a grocery store on that street because they haven't had one since Wegmans closed at Midtown Plaza.
All right.
There was a Family Dollar there. I don't think that's open there anymore either.
Well, if they couldn't make it work, what makes you think your little fancy grocery store is going to work?
I said bodega.
Well, it's kind of a grocery
It's not
store.
fancy. It's not fancy. Bodega.
I guarantee you
implies
they're gonna
unfancy.
fancy
It's
it
a
up.
guarantee. It's a Tommy guarantee.
It's a bodega, but you can get fresh basil. It's delicious. And fennel.
Man hopes thing that will
No.
help neighborhood fail.
What
It's
else would
not
you
gonna
like? What
work.
else would you like to see there?
I
Exactly.
said knock it down, turn it into an open space with part of that river walk,
Okay.
and then people will use it. Make sure it's lit so it's not scary at night. Make it nice.
Oh my God! Could you sound like more of a guy from Pittsburgh? I don't like. I'm scared.
Well, you got to put some light down there.
I
You
haven't.
can't
I
have-
haven't been in that neighborhood in 15 years, and I'm scared. When's the last time you stepped foot on that street?
on that street when I lived there for 2 weeks. When I started.
Like legit.
Oh, I went down when I did comedy.
That was 30 years ago.
Was that 30 years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, when Chris Rock was on Saturday Night Live.
Like legit. You have
Yeah.
not been on that street in 20 years.
How am I doing down
That's
there?
my point.
I got no business down there.
You have no business anywhere.
If I want to buy crack, I'll buy it in my neighborhood.
If I want to buy crack, I'll buy it in my neighborhood.
Yes.
Ladies and
Good
gentlemen.
Pittsburgh crack.
Tommy Muley.
Artisanal with a bow crack.
I hear it's got basil on it.
Delicious.
All right.
You never had basil crack?
Only one time on the road, but I needed the work.
It's delicious.
It was for you and me and maybe one other
That's
comedian
it.
that might be listening.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go from rebuilding things in the city
Okay.
to a problem in the suburbs. Because, like you said, there's this window when people are excited about a community where when you are building, everything will be successful. And that's something that Fairport found out.
Yes.
Right? Everything that opened, every bar, every restaurant.
It popped. It worked.
And they nailed it.
Yep.
To the point now where they think it might be too much. An incident on Saturday night, which we will recap if you missed it, has thrown Fairport into a tizzy.
Mm-hmm.
Folks flipping out. We have to do something to change what is happening here. And we talked about it a couple of days ago. You and I both begged Fairport, don't do this.
Don't.
Do not do this. We are now hearing from some of the bar and restaurant owners from Fairport.
Okay, these are the owners.
You got it. And I hope everyone enjoyed the time they got to spend in Fairport.
Here we go.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Here we go.
What happened?
Look, there are two choices you can make here.
Okay.
You can leave things the way they are
Right.
and hope that this is just an isolated incident. Understand when you have these kind of things in your town that benefit you in the long run, every once in a while, blips will happen.
Yeah.
Or you can make a correction.
Yeah.
Try to make things, quote, safer.
Right.
And in doing so, destroy this wonderful thing that managed to happen organically. And it sounds like if some of the business owners in this town have their way, that's the second one is what we might be looking at.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Go to the contest page right now.
I'm going to get.
WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a $50 gift card to Bill Gray's, home of the world's greatest cheeseburger and the world's best haddock fish fry. So it was a couple of days ago. We talked about the incidents that happened on Saturday night in Fairport.
Yeah.
And if you missed that story, it started with a phone call. I believe it was just after midnight, maybe a little. No, I'm sorry. It was right around last call.
Yeah.
A 44-year-old man needed medical attention. He was outside on North Main Street. They got there. They put him in the back of the ambulance. And while they were doing that, according to police, he attacked the paramedics in the ambulance. The good news, the paramedics are going to be okay. But obviously not a great situation. Right around the same time that was happening, police were called for a fight on the same street. And because the Fairport Police Department were tied up with the ambulance, the Monroe County Sheriff's Department had to respond to that. When they got there, the sheriffs say they found a man unconscious in the street with 50 people milling around.
Yeah.
As they were trying to break it up, they say that another man started punching people on his way out of the scenario. You know, he'll leave, but he's going to catch a couple of jaws on the way out.
That's it.
And there was video of all of this stuff that went down. It was posted online, and it became a news story, Kimmy, that they've been covering now for 4 days.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. The
And-
reaction of it all.
If you go online and look at the comments on these stories on social media,
Yeah.
you would have thought they dropped a nuclear weapon on the village of
Yes.
Fairport. And the question became, what is the town going to do to fix this problem? Tommy, Fairport is in a very unique situation
Oh, yeah.
because they became this destination of entertainment in Monroe County kind of by accident.
Right.
It just happened organically. These bars started opening. They were new. They were fun.
Money's coming in.
You got it. And people wanted to be there.
Yeah.
And when we had this discussion about what we should do, what Fairport should do to fix the problem, your argument was?
To let it go because it's just the cost of doing business. That's what happens. Once in a while, fights happen. The nicest joints will have problems occasionally because of alcohol. It's just the way it goes.
And we talked about the cyclical thing that happens
Yeah.
in Rochester, right? Like there will be a neighborhood that builds itself up,
Mm-hmm.
and people will go there, and then there will be problems, and they have to make changes, and it kills that scene.
Yeah.
It happened on Monroe Avenue. It happened on Park Avenue. It happened in East Ave area. It happened out in Greece when Kimmy and I were just getting out of like what should
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
have been college, and it all moved to Fairport.
Yeah.
And our argument was if you did anything like that, you were going to kill what you've built.
Yeah, you kill the vibe.
All right. With all that being said,
What's going to happen?
10 NBC, on their 4th day of covering this story, talked to the owner of Faircraft Brewhouse, which is in the cannery over there.
Oh, so that's got to be one of the newer joints that open, I'm guessing.
It opened in early 2021.
Okay.
So right around when everything was starting to
Hit
blow
the
up.
pop.
You got it. Well, which is funny because it was also like in the heart of the pandemic. So the owner of Faircraft Brewhouse in Fairport says the solution to the problem
What's that?
is to stop expanding.
Okay.
He told 10 NBC.
Now that he's got his joint.
We'll talk about that.
Okay.
He told 10 NBC there are too many liquor licenses in the village of Fairport. And because of that, this man, and he says other bar owners in the area, have filed a petition with the state liquor authority to slow down
it
or
off.
stop the liquor licenses. And it sounds like they, if the people he's speaking for, if he's correct, think that more bars make for more problems.
But you're not just cutting out the bars with that. I mean, you'd be cutting out future restaurants too, right? Because every restaurant you go to has a liquor license.
Not the Philly Stakeout out that way.
all
Just
right,
saying.
all right.
All right.
Just you can have as
Maybe
many
a
Philly
liquor-
Stakeouts as you want.
But
But
that's
I-
not going to
yeah.
stop the problem.
Okay, before I want to get into this.
All right.
Before we do, I do think it's important to qualify because
Right.
I know we're going to get these calls and messages, right? We don't hang out down there. This is not our scene.
Right.
There are folks that can speak to this way better than we can. That being said,
That's not going to stop what just happened, number one. Has nothing to do with the problem of people getting drunk and getting into fights because you want to slow down the expansion. What's that got to do with it? Nothing.
well, I mean, I think his argument is, if I'm reading from the story correctly, that there are too many liquor licenses there right now.
Yeah, because he doesn't like the competition. He would like to slow it down so all the bar business stays at his joint and he doesn't have to compete with other newer joints that are going to expand and maybe reinvent the wheel and take business away from him, which I could understand. But that's not an option to stop violence.
I mean, it is kind of funny as the owner of a bar to be like, you know what would help this? Less people competing against.
Yeah, I'm in. I don't want you in because I want the business.
Because I'm sure I'm sure there were other bars that have been there for a long time that would have loved to do the same thing before the newer bars got there, right?
Yeah.
There's some mom and pop joints that have been there for 70 years.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, those joints had problems back, occasionally.
There are other folks arguing that some of the bars that are open now need to close, that there are too many bars and restaurants in Fairport, period.
Too much
Not
fun.
sustainable, Pat.
But, let's talk about that. Like, let's say you're going to go down that road, right? Like, you're going to close bars that already exist. How do you do that?
Just to close them, not for any particular reason, but
You'd
close
have
them
to-
because we have too many.
Yes, we have too many.
Yeah, you can't. Unless they do something where you could fine them or pull their license. How are you shutting down these businesses?
But let's say you had a way to do this, right?
Right.
Legally, we can close down any bar that we want. Like,
Right.
how do you choose which places get shut
Yeah.
down?
Yeah.
Do you do it by popularity? Do you do it by length of time they've been open? Do you do it where you think the biggest problems are coming from? Because what's interesting about the situation on Saturday night,
Right.
it happened out in front of a bunch of bars.
Right, it's outside.
Exactly. So, can you even identify where these people are coming from? And if there's a problem, if there is a problem, which one is the problem?
Yeah.
Right? Look, I know a place that stopped letting certain kinds of businesses open. Don't become Pittsford. Don't become Pittsford.
Don't get too picky.
You are taking people away from Pittsford. You really are. You're taking business away from those places that existed in Shone Place because they decided exactly what you are proposing. And it's
Rules and regulations.
Yeah, there's not a young crowd dying to get into Pittsburgh.
no, there's people dying, but there's no one dying to get in to Pittsburgh to go drink and party and have fun.
By the way, that one guy was 44 years old. He ain't no kid.
Yeah, the one in the back of the ambulance.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. We are now hearing ideas as to what to do to fix the, quote, problem out in Fairport with the bars. A bar owner out that way, owner of Faircraft Brewers, talked to 10 NBC this week. That bar has been open since 2021, and he says he, along with other bar owners, believe there are too many liquor licenses in the village, that they are expanding too fast, that is causing problems, and because of that, they have filed a petition with the state liquor authority. The good news...
What's the good news?
It sounds like the folks who run the village don't love this guy's idea. The village says they are going to, quote, let the market decide what is sustainable for the bars in the area.
Well, that's what you do.
They also went on to say they do not believe the rising number of bars necessarily correlates with the fights like ones this past weekend. They say they will be working with nearby bars and restaurants to, quote, mitigate future incidents where applicable. Even that sounds a little bit, because what do you do? How do you do that?
You close them early? Shut them down at 10?
But that's going to hurt business.
Of course it is.
And by the way, you shut them down at 10. Who's to say that problem doesn't happen at 11?
True.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Look, you can, if your argument is they're staying out too late to drink, who's to say that the folks that are out
Yeah.
there late won't show up earlier
Get
to
the
drink
day
earlier?
drinkers. Yeah.
Right? Yes, thank you. That town's built for day drinking.
Do you like some day drinking?
We got Instagram messages coming in. Duffy and WCMF, easiest way to get us. Josh writes us, the only thing I could think that would make sense for this story, it would be easy to overserve someone if they just left another bar and you didn't know how much they drank there. But you can make that argument for any bar anywhere.
Any
Yes.
strip of bars and restaurants. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm allowed to drink in my house and then go to the bar.
Yeah.
You don't know what I'm
Yeah, you could pregame.
You know, what's a bit mind-blowing to me personally,
What's that?
Tommy, you mentioned on Tuesday, the common misconception when stuff like this happens is that it only happens at a bad place.
Yes.
Right? But you talked about fights and incidents you saw in really
Nice
nice
joints. Every joint you want to talk to, every bartender has a story, man. Every bartender. I don't care where he's working. Because it's alcohol.
Sure. But what's surprising to me, this is really the first and only story we have seen on this level about issues in Fairport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that it hasn't happened.
Right. But you just know it only takes one person to cause a scene.
But you haven't even had a good girl fight yet.
But
Call
to-
yourself an entertainment section.
About to be a what? Girl fight?
Oh,
Thank
there's
you,
going to
Timmy.
be a meeting in the ladies' room.
Look, as far as anyone outside of Fairport knows,
Yeah.
this was the only bad night they've ever had. Is that enough for 5 days worth of news coverage?
No.
Is that
Of course
enough?
not.
Seems a little excessive.
Is that enough for bar owners petitioning the state liquor authority? I give me at least 5 of these stories before you start going what are we gonna do?
And it's not really a dangerous area if all the participants are wearing polo shirts or quarter zip sweaters.
We talk about the quarter zip
Yeah.
game?
Or Tommy Bahama.
Bro, you got to be careful with the quarter zips.
Yeah.
Do you know who their dads are?
Who's that?
No, that's what their tattoos say
Oh.
across their chest. Do you know who my dad is?
Well, their dads are dead because that guy is 44.
Troy writes us on Instagram. Duffy at WCMF. He says, simple plan. Take the 5 bars with the most 911 calls. Shut them down.
Shut 'em down right now.
They're not calling
And
911
it's
inside the
happening.
bar.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
going to say, it's usually happening outside of
Yeah.
the bars. It's
Also,
where the
if-
issues start.
If I own a bar and I'm looking to eliminate competition, I'm just calling the cops on them
Yeah,
over
I
and
know.
over again.
Yeah.
You know, one last thought before we move on.
What's that?
I would make the argument that the reason the bars in Fairport have had so much success the last couple of years is because of how new everything is.
Yeah.
And how every couple of months,
It's unique.
but there's a new unique
Yeah.
thing opening.
Yeah,
But we've
you wanna
never
check
had
out
this
the new
before.
thing.
This town has never had a situation like that before in the burbs.
Agreed, yes. So I would also argue that a place like Faircraft Brewhouse, you know, the place of the guy who had this
Yeah.
suggestion, benefits from what we are describing here. That every time something new opens, yes, on one hand it's competition, but on the other hand, it keeps people coming down to see
Yeah.
what's new.
You're driving by, you maybe didn't even know it existed in that spot.
And that may have somebody walk over to your bar and
Yeah,
have a drink.
that's the
at
way
your
it
place.
works.
Like there's that old
I'd
saying.
like to punch that guy over there.
There's that old saying. You're either growing or you're dying.
Yep.
Right? Are you sure owning a business out that way that you don't want things to continue to grow? Because if you're only growing or dying, if you ain't growing, what are you doing?
Yeah.
The answer is dying.
Dying.
The
I was going to say that.
Chris writes us on Instagram, Duffy at WCMF. He says, I was a regular down there 15, 20 years ago. There were always fights, even back then. I mean, I guess maybe now because there's more bars, it's a bigger fight.
Well, sure, you're
situation.
bringing in more people.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
I don't know, man.
It's the people.
People. Jake writes us, there are 2 new bars opening at Fairport this summer. Nothing is going to change. But, Jake, do you want them to change?
Sounds like he does.
Well, I don't know. He looks like a young guy.
Yeah, maybe he's a lame ass.
Oh, I think he's a member of the Quarter Zips.
Oh.
Do you know who his dad is?
Oh, I'm about to find out.
Yeah, that's right, son. When his lawyer calls your lawyer.
His father's name is Thurston.
Is there anyone still named Thurston?
I hope not. I only remember one Thurston, and it was on television. But you know there's a Thurston in Fairport.
You think there's a Fairport Thurston?
Oh, yeah. Pittsburgh's got 2.
2 Pittsburgh
Yeah.
Thurstons.
And they're not allowed to touch. We got to keep them separated at all times. Can't have no touching Thurstons.
We said it on
That's a
Tuesday.
special kind of bar.
We said it on Tuesday.
Yeah.
We'll say it again.
What's that?
Let it be.
Yes.
Leave it alone.
Look around you, man.
Thank you. Thank you. Do not ruin the good thing you have
Yeah.
going.
And you're just going into the fun season too.
Well, but you're also going into the wild season.
Right, but that's where the fun is.
Fun, wild and fun.
You can't have fun without wild.
All right. There were 2 major problems that were on the news this week. One of them was this Fairport situation.
Yeah, what was the other one?
Okay. The other one was the news that we got that the speeding camera tickets were now able, back from the Freddie Sue Bridge over a year ago.
Yeah.
One man got his tickets overturned, and that is now opening the door to A, people getting their tickets overturned, and B, maybe the speed cameras in construction zones not being used anymore. And through several conversations over the last week and a half, we have discussed how to slow people down
Yeah.
without the cameras.
Pump the brakes.
There's a new idea, and it is unconventional,
Oh,
but it's just crazy enough to work.
all right.
Because one tiny town has changed a speed limit. That's all they did.
All right.
But it's so wild, it's got people paying attention.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. People are speeding their asses all over the place.
Slow down.
That's right. But you don't want cameras to catch you speeding. You say that's entrapment because you don't understand the definition of the word entrapment.
You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you and all the yous listening.
Yeah, you trapped me.
No.
Can't get out.
We have to do something to get people to slow down, but you don't want those two things. And there is a new idea that might just be stupid and crazy enough to work.
Gator pit.
No, you idiot. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll jump right into it. There is a tiny town in Wisconsin that has come up with a brilliant idea to slow people down.
Oh.
So people were speeding down this one road.
Yeah.
And they decided to change the speed limit to fix it. They lowered it.
Oh, okay.
It was 25 miles an hour.
All right, which is pretty goddamn slow.
But
Wait.
people were blowing
They
past
lowered
They
it to
lowered
what?
17.3 miles per hour.
I didn't even know how I would make my car go that.
You're missing what they did.
17.3.
The sign, when you drive by it, says 17.3 miles per
Right.
hour. And they say that this has worked, that people are actually slowing down. Do you want to guess why?
Because they're shocked.
It's such a weird number.
Oh,
They're just
okay.
like, better safe than sorry. I don't know
Yeah.
what that means.
It's registered. All right. So
All right.
the theory that they had before they changed it is that the reason so many people were speeding is not because they were negligent or they were trying to be dicks on purpose. It's that we don't really see mile per hour signs anymore. They become very common.
Yeah.
Right. And at some point, you just don't realize that you are speeding.
Yeah.
When they changed
To
the
an odd number.
yeah,
You're
they
gonna
changed.
notice.
Yes, a number that stood out. People saw the number, said,
Right.
"What the hell is that?" And then subconsciously looked at their speedometer to make sure they were doing 17.3 miles per hour.
I also wonder because everybody, when they see the speed limit, they think, all right, I can go 5 over. I can go
Yeah, they give
whatever
you
your number
15,
is.
15 over, right?
But when you do that, it kind of puts, I might do less over the speed limit because it's such a weird number.
And it's so low.
Yeah.
Should we do this here?
No.
Why?
I don't think well,
Well, you can't read, but for everybody else,
I can read
bro.
little.
You're the
I can
one-
read. I can do low read.
I could read little. You're dyslexic. Oh, 37.5 miles an hour.
I struggle with numbers even worse than letters.
Oh, is that what you're going to blame it on?
no,
Like,
but
you
I
know-
do.
Okay.
I told you, nothing sticks in my head.
Yeah, no.
But your stupid comedy set. Nightmare looping in my head.
Look, I think this is a great idea,
All
and,
right.
and I think maybe we should implement it here. But the only way it would work, like the way that it works for this town, because they only did it on one street, is you would have to make every road in
different.
the yeah.
So
Yeah.
all of them. But then it would become commonplace. Yeah, I think you got to just do it randomly where it pops and works.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So let's say
All right.
like Ridge Road in Greece, that becomes 37.8 miles an
All
hour,
right.
and then when you turn down Maiden Lane, that becomes 26.8 miles an hour. Like every street would have to have a slightly different speed
Okay.
limit
Yeah.
for you to be like, wait, what? Unless having weird speed limits becomes so commonplace
Well,
that
that's what I'm saying. It becomes
yeah,
your
Yeah.
new normal.
the psychological effect.
So I think you got to
I-
just do it sporadically. What?
I might also think if I'm not familiar with the area.
It's a big word.
It wasn't the word. I'm
I
not
said
sure you
sporadic.
understand what you just said.
Sporadically.
I might also think if it's not an area I'm familiar with and I all of a sudden see this weird number, I might think it's like a joke that I'm not in on.
Okay.
You know,
Well,
like,
you-
is that a real sign or did somebody post that like thinking they were like pulling a prank?
You mean like how in Colorado, this is true. It's a true story. They had to get rid of the mile 420 marker because so many people kept stealing it.
Yeah.
The dopers.
Yep. So now it's mile 419.9, and nobody has stolen the sign.
All right.
I don't know. I mean, look, I think it's
All right,
worth a
give it a
try.
shot.
Why the hell? I mean, it would be expensive as hell to replace every speed limit sign.
Well,
Yeah.
but to your point, you could apply it to the construction zone dilemma, whereas they put up those temporary signs. If you started making them weird numbers, maybe more people would pay attention.
So what?
as they slow, because you know, how, like I didn't notice those signs. You'd notice if the sign said slow down to
number.
18.1 miles an hour.
Some bizarre number.
You
Yeah.
could also, by using temporary signs, change the speed limit every couple of
Yeah,
days or every
yeah.
week or two on every single street.
Like those digital signs.
It's not a bad idea.
All right.
But then again, you'd have to put a digital sign
Yeah.
on every street, which would also be super expensive. Who's going to pay for that? The taxes.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
252 WCMF. A small town in Wisconsin has fixed their speeding problem on one street that was problematic by changing the speed limit from 25 miles an hour to 17.3 miles per hour. And they say it has worked because of the psychological shock of seeing 17.3.
All right.
People were coasting through, not realizing they were speeding. When they see, wait, 17.3, they look at their speedometer, they slow down. Kimmy, I want to go back to something you said a second ago. You know, when you're talking about people will always go 5 over.
Yeah, like everybody has their number.
Okay, I know, I agree with you there. But is it 5 for every speed limit? Because
Or are you just rounding up? If it was 17, I'd go 20.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But even I find the lower speed I am, like if I'm doing 55, I feel comfortable going up to 64. 9.
Oh, you're pushing.
No, I mean
Yeah.
I've never gotten a speeding ticket in my life. Just saying.
Well, St. Patrick is here again.
Not saying. I'm
Just
just saying.
jinxed himself.
I'm
with
All right,
all the
so
driving he's
65.
doing this weekend.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
All right, so if you're doing 65, what do you do?
65, I'll get to like 73. It's usually 8 or 9. I'll go over.
Okay.
Oh.
But like if I'm in like a 25, I won't go above 28. Like the lower the number.
Well, it's usually like a school zone, or like they make you feel guilty about it too, because the sign will even have like children crossing or something.
I mean, yeah, of course they're trying to make you feel guilty.
But that's what
it's where the kids are.
But that's my point. Is that's why you're probably not speeding through those areas.
Well, no, like
there's
even,
multiple reasons.
Even like it's 30 miles an hour on city streets. Like when I'm driving in the morning,
Yeah.
like I'll do like 33, maybe
I'm doing
34.
like 45, 50.
In a 30?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Just pulling out of my garage. No, I'll look. I would say like in the city, I'm probably doing about 45. I mean, bro, there's nobody out
You're doing
here.
15 over on a city street. Are you insane?
Yeah, man. I'm a rebel, baby.
Bro, it just takes one person not paying attention, like you also not paying attention, to blow a stop sign or a red light, and you're dead.
Well, no, but I slow and roll.
No, I'm not even talking about they're blowing a red light. You got a green, I'm doing 45, boom, you're dead. I can't believe I drive
You're not dead if you're hit by 45.
Bro, you're dead.
Bro, I got side bags, front bag. I'm an old bag. Maybe like 20 bags in my car that goes off at once.
Bro, you are so old and brittle. If your airbag went off, your face would turn to dust. It would be a blazer, arms, legs, and a dusty neck. That's all that would be left. 252 WCMF. Jay's on CMF. Hey, Jay, how are you, bud?
Good morning, gentlemen. So, as you guys know, I'm very anti-speeding.
Yes.
And where my father-in-law lives, he lives some city in the Netherlands. I can't remember the name of it right now. And their answer to speeding is they put retractable speed bumps that blow out your tires.
Oh.
If you go over a certain time.
Yeah,
or
so there's
speed.
a sensor about 100 feet before the speed bump. And if it detects you going, I think it's like 15 kilometers over, because, miles and all that.
Oh, there's a foreign speed
So it just
bump.
pops
I heard
up.
kilometer. I hear me some commie measurements.
It's a speed bump on
Foreign
Ford
soul.
Soul. Okay, but here's the problem with that idea. Look, I get, you gotta stop speeders. But, like, if people don't stop for that, now you have traffic because there's immovable cars in the road.
So they did. That was a major issue when they implemented it back, I think it was in 23. And my father-in-law even told me, like, he had his tire blown out once or twice because of it. And ever since then, that city is losing so much money in speeding tickets that it's becoming a problem because nobody's speeding anymore.
All right. I mean, look, again, I'm open to all ideas, but I'm guessing that you, Tommy, would rather take construction camera over tires blown out.
Yeah.
Retractable speed bumps.
All right.
Oh, by the way, what if I lose control of my car when I blow my tire out?
Well, you should have thought about that before you sped.
spin.
Now your
They
face
have
is
an
dust.
answer to it, and you're at fault of the accident.
Okay. Well, it doesn't keep me from getting hit, though, by somebody else out of control.
Yeah, but
You're not
then you end
speeding.
up suing them. And,
Tell your
everything went
father-in-law
on.
to stay in Canada.
Jay,
I think you said
The
Netherlands.
Netherlands.
Netherlands, same
The
difference.
Netherlands.
Same
How did you
difference.
get Canada out of the Netherlands?
Well, because he said kilometer.
Yeah,
I-
everything is kilometers but us, stupid.
Well, I didn't think he had Netherland father-in-law.
you weren't listening.
Jay, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good
Have a
rest
good
of the
one,
day.
guys.
Oh, Netherlands,
Netherlands.
you blow out all our cars.
Not sure where you're located.
How pissed would you be if you did that not once but twice?
Yeah, how stupid
That's
are those
on you, though, I guess.
I thought the Netherlands was smart.
I love when you say how stupid. You would absolutely
know.
blow
yeah,
your
well, I
tires
get
out.
that. I'm an idiot. I thought Netherlands is supposed to be smart.
I thought
like tall,
I know,
good
they
looking,
solved
and
the
cold.
speeding problem.
I thought Netherlands is supposed to be smart is what just fell out of your mouth.
Like if I said I met this idiot last night, you know, from the Netherlands, I would think they're smart people.
I know nothing about the Netherlands. I know nothing. Like literally, I know that
They eat herring.
wooden shoes.
No, that's Holland.
I thought that was all the same.
Similar,
Wow.
right?
Wow. You are really pissing off white people. But we're going to have a march out front.
Well, you're going to hear them coming.
Oh, you're going to hear them.
On account of the wooden
Yes.
shoes, All right, let's take a break. Your generation and every generation before you, retirement was guaranteed.
Yeah, that's become a little bit iffy.
I love how you're laughing at that as Kimmy and I sit here wallowing in the garbage that you've left us.
I haven't even gotten my check yet. But I'm close, buddy.
But here's the thing. Even some people in your generation, the generation before, decide retirement is not for them.
Well, you can't even figure out if you can retire. Do you have any money?
All right, so we're not here to talk about the financial aspect
All right,
of
so
it.
what are you saying?
Well, there was something that showed up on the news last week that stood out to you. It was a woman who was over 100 years old. And they documented her day because she is not a woman that sits around.
No.
In fact, she still has a job.
She still has her freedom.
Everybody wants to live a long, long life.
Yeah.
But that fantasy involves, a pretty significant end of that life not doing anything.
Right.
What if you could have the long life, but you had to stay busy in this way? We'll get into it next here in the break room. I'll see you back. For a very long time, there was this deal we assumed we would all get.
Okay.
You work for 40, 50 years, and you get whatever time is left to do whatever you want.
Nice.
But that has changed. And one of these stories has someone in this room asking a question that people may not want to have to think about.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We will jump right into it.
Right.
Tommy, over the last 3 decades, the average retirement age in America has increased by about 3 years.
All right.
But here's what's not great.
What's bad?
It's not increasing because people are waiting to retire.
Yeah.
It's increasing because a lot of folks cannot retire.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, we're all waiting till 68. It's like half the country's 65, the other half the country's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Folks are working until they die. And that showed up on our TV last week while we were sitting here in a commercial break. There was an old woman they were profiling.
And she's still going to work.
103 years old.
Right. Still doing it. I mean, she's healthy. She walks.
Yes.
Like no walker, no nothing. I mean, she's got her health.
Yeah, she looked great.
Yeah.
But she was 103 years old
and
and
still doing it.
going to work. And she had mentioned in the story that she needs the income working at her church
Right.
to survive on a daily basis.
Right.
At 103 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And we were trying to figure out if that was a good deal.
Okay.
So here is the question I am asking. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. By whatever logic, genie, whatever,
Right.
you will be guaranteed a life to 105. 105. But whatever job you have right now,
Yeah.
you have to do until the day you die.
Okay.
252-WCMF, would you take that deal?
So same pay, same schedule, work, sleep, days off.
You'll get an adjustment for inflation as you get older.
Yeah,
So,
but your schedule will be like, you get up at this time, this is lunch, this is your day off. Same schedule.
Same exact thing. Everything you do right now, you'll get paid adjust as, whatever time moves
But
on.
you get $105.
105. You have to do it every day until you die at 105. Kimmy, would you take that deal?
No.
You
No.
you just sit here and talk.
What?
You just talk for a living.
Yeah, I know, but do you want to hear what comes out of my mouth at 105?
I mean, look, it's not. We're not considering other people. I'm asking, would you be
I
willing
know,
to do
but
it?
I guess, at some point in your life, you should look forward to, having some type of retired life or, you know what I mean? Or like scaling back a little
Okay.
bit, like to do what you do full time until you're 105. I don't know if that's worth it.
Look, I understand that's the ideal situation, but in this case,
Yeah.
you don't know when you're going to die. You could die before you retire, in which case
Yeah.
you also worked until
Also
the day you
true.
died, right?
That's
Like it's
true.
just whatever
Yeah.
happens, happens.
Yeah.
So you would not guarantee 105 to work every single day.
I don't think so. I just don't think my mind and my body at that age are going to want to get up and do that every day or get up, have an alarm clock at all.
All right, Tommy Muley,
Yeah.
you get to live to 105, so that's another 8 years for you. But you have to do this job until the day you die. Would you take that?
Oh, yeah. Man, if I could stay healthy
But
and
that's
you
what I-
guarantee me 105 with health,
But that's not guaranteeing you're a healthy 105.
Oh, yeah, let's just
no,
say,
I can get to work.
yeah,
I
let's
can
say
get,
it's
I
the
can
same
get to
woman,
work.
same situation.
Yeah, and I can you can keep the schedule, you can get up, you can do your thing, but you are not retired. You're going to work.
You got to work.
Hell yeah, I would take it.
I've seen you get out of that chair. You think it's going to get better for you?
Yeah, I know. I don't want you around here to 105. You're not nice.
Well, but even Tommy, working till 105 would still need to find things on the weekend to do. Like let's say he was looking for like a bar that maybe had some kind of entertainment.
So I'd have to call.
Yeah, you'd have to call him up. Tommy at 105 calling up a bar.
Excuse me. I don't like people or crowds, but do you have live music that I can't hear?
That was a nice touch on adding a little bit of age to that. That was good. There are so many variables that would go into this. Like, first of all, do you have a physical job? Would you want to get out of bed to do that job every day till you're 100?
Let's say you could. Let's say you could do it.
Okay. But would that actually benefit you as you get older, or would it break you down? Because there are people, Tommy, who believe that the day they retire is the day that they start to die.
For men especially.
And there are men who are afraid to retire because, Joe Paterno syndrome, one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, you had a few things going on.
You're going to die the second you don't have a purpose
Yeah,
anymore.
you're right.
Right?
And retirement looks good on paper. But in reality, man, think about it. If you don't have the bank to, jet off all over the world.
Yeah.
I mean, most days, Tuesday you're home.
All right, you're right.
It's February.
But the boredom would be there. But is the boredom worse than Doing the same thing you've done every day for 80 years?
Because you'll still have your weekends or whatever time off you have.
Yeah. But it's still sticking to a pretty strict schedule.
Yeah.
And think about this.
But I love the schedule.
Mm.
I don't like not having a schedule. I don't like not having a routine.
Yeah.
Like this job, any job forces you to create a routine that works for you. When you take away the job, that's tough.
But you also talk about how much you hate the winters here and how difficult it is for you. Like, aren't you, like, as an older person, wouldn't you be so sick of doing
The winter
that?
would be tough, but I can't afford to go to Florida. Those places are expensive.
You can't afford to go to Macedon.
Yeah, and the weather's so nice. No, but like you got to have all that stuff sounds nice, but you got to have so much bank to go do all these things, and I ain't got it.
I don't know. Maybe it's different looking at this through the eyes of a woman. Like, I want my old lady grandma hobbies. Like, I want to garden during the day. I want to join some like bingo clubs. Like, I'm looking forward to like
Man, nobody's
doing
gonna
like
want your
old lady
snotty,
things with my
snarky
old
ass.
lady groups. You know,
You're too snarky. You're too snippy.
No, but you talk about the man versus woman aspect of this. I think, again, 252 WCMF, we caught this story in a commercial break the other day. It's a 103-year-old woman. She still goes to work every day, and she looks great, and she moves around. But she had mentioned in the story that she has to go work at her church because she needs the income because she can't afford to retire at 103.
Yeah.
Would you take 105, walking around, guaranteed, but whatever job you have right now, same schedule, you would have to do until the day you died at 105? I would argue this deal would be much better for men than it would for women.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I can never tell where men come down on retirement. Because there are guys you'll see, Tommy, that count the days up to a certain point.
right.
They start bragging, and then 6 months later, those guys are back visiting at the job they
drive
retired
everybody nuts.
from, right? You know, and then you got those guys that retire. They putt around their yard. They talk to everyone at the Y. They just yell into the void on Facebook.
Think about it. It's pretty rare that you see a woman do that.
Because women don't need that pointless purpose.
Yeah.
I can't think of any woman who's retired from here and came back and annoyed everybody.
Terry only when we asked her to.
Oh, yeah.
And that was only
and
annoying
she was
for
like,
4
are you
hours."
guys sure? Are you sure?
Yeah.
But like Tommy, if we use your wife as an example, she is retired.
Yep.
Your wife is busier with her social life
Oh,
than
yeah.
she ever was doing a 9 to 5. She works out. She has her friend get together. She goes on trips. She spends a ton of time with her grandkids.
Yeah.
She's got a life.
You would not do any of that,
Oh God, no.
right? But, you know, going back to the whole idea of keeping your job, like, you know, I think the fear for a lot of people is I work a physical job. I couldn't do
Well,
this.
that one, yeah.
Okay, but even if you don't have a physical job, do you think you could handle the office politics while being a super old person?
Because people that you work with are just going to get younger.
It'd change.
Yeah.
And everything will start to
Yeah,
change.
you have all new people coming through.
Like, you would have to make a serious decision at some point. Do you want to be the kindly old person that everyone enjoys having around? Or do you want to be Tommy?
Well, let me tell you something about working back in my day. You kids
What?
don't know what hard work is.
Like, if you work to 105.
But also, let me tell you about the snake pit.
Oh, the snake pit.
These damn Gen Zers don't want to work. I had a
I
mattress at
forgot
Kodak.
about the snake.
There would be a point
Yeah.
where you would be at your job completely isolated because you would not have anything in common with anyone you
True.
work with anymore.
True.
Right?
But you would find your groove, hopefully. You would find your niche.
Okay, you're being very
You're giving a lot of credit
Yeah.
to older you.
Like, seriously, I mean, look, I can appreciate you having like a glossy outlook here, but that's not going to happen.
Go ahead.
You're not going to find a niche at 100 years old with a 20-year-old coworker.
No, but let's say the other guys, people like 45 or 50.
45 or 50. If that person's 45, they were born when you were 55.
I can tell them all about 9/11.
You like, okay, let's do the math here.
Yeah.
If we were working with someone that was 105 right now,
Right.
that would mean they were born in 10?
Yeah, something like that.
No. hold
Not
on.
1910.
Hold on. 1920.
Yeah, because my father would be, yeah, okay.
So they would be telling you about how they served in World War II.
That'd be pretty interesting.
Or they would be telling you what they were doing when they weren't serving in World War II.
Yeah.
Would that be interesting?
Yeah.
Every single day you want to hear about the job at the factory they had or how they were protecting the Nazis from invading Geneva, like your father did. You don't want that.
Yeah, but I also don't want to die. Because the longer you move, the better off you are.
I agree with you.
You sit, you die. I will say this: both of my brothers retired young, and they are retired. They never look back. Now, granted, they both have money, but they did it right. Like they do things, and I think they look stupid, but they do them, and
they
it keeps
enjoy
them
'em.
going.
Yeah,
Like,
they're
my
in their
brother's
own way.
80, and he's going to Tampa to compete in another powerlifting.
Which you
competition.
again, you kill him for.
Yeah, because it's going to kill him.
Okay, but he's alive.
But he loves doing it.
All right. JR writes us, to your point, Duffy on WCMF, easiest way to get us. He says, scientific studies show that retirement accelerates the loss of cognitive function due to lack of social interaction and movement. Once an older person slows down, their health usually goes into decline. Finding something that makes you happy to wake up for every day can keep you to 105. I agree with that. The question is, do you love your job enough
you
where
happy? Yeah.
still be happy doing it for another 40?
It's your life support system.
Yeah. Yeah. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Skylar. Hey, Skylar, how are you, buddy?
Morning, kids. So I've once heard Jeremy. I've yet to meet Jeremy, but he was waiting over like the day comes and when time he retires, and none of us want that.
Oh, let's not speak for everybody.
Oh, man. Well, we got a long ways for you you'll probably get fired before you retire.
That's probably true.
So when it comes to guys like me, tattoo artists do not retire. Our job definitely keeps us alive. Like, I love tattooing so much, and I know guys that have tattooed into their late 90s, and they don't. I think I know one guy that retired, Crazy Joe there, but that's because he fell in love with a rich girl. So why not retire? But tattoo artists don't retire, and I don't want any of you guys to retire. I don't want to think of the day when I can't laugh at how dumb you guys all sound.
Well, thank you for that.
Well,
Thank you.
that's a great compliment.
Well, no, and Skylar brings up the 90-year-old tattoo artist. He was really good at what he did. His specialty was called squiggles.
No, his name is Lyle Tuttle, dude, and he was a...
It was a joke,
He was a legend.
It was a joke,
Lyle
Skylar.
Tuttle was a legend.
Because there's a guy in Perry that does... He's called Mr. Scribbles. He does... That's a whole different story.
All right.
But,
Well, we'll tell you what. Call up another time and tell us that one, Skylar.
All right. Well, hey, man, retiring isn't in my future.
All right,
I
so
love my job.
So you'd work to 105 doing your job, no problem.
Yes, please.
Okay. Skylar, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the
All
day.
right. Love you guys.
There goes future Mr. Squiggles. So, Kimmy, to your point.
I don't know if I showed up to get my first tattoo with Mr. Squiggles.
Well, a 90-year-old guy.
Mr. Scribbles, whatever we called him. Yeah, I'd be a little nervous.
Jacob writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. Would you live? You're guaranteed to live to 105, but you have to do the job you have now every day, same schedule for the rest of your life. Jake writes, when I was 18, I worked in a warehouse with a 70-year-old dude. Dude was jacked. He did the job for fun and for the workout.
Okay. But that's what kept him going, being physical.
You know, even the idea of not having to work at some point in your life is foreign to a lot of folks, and I think that you can draw a line straight down.
What's that?
At the age of 45 right now. Everyone over 45, unless you have a job with a pension, which is not too common anymore, has an idea of what their retirement would look like, and they would say, no, I don't want a job at 105 till I die. Like, I think you're unique there.
Yeah.
Everyone under 45 was just assuming they were going to live to 105 anyway.
Yeah.
And they would still be working the job that they have now. Like, Kimmy, do you ever think you're going to be able to retire?
I don't have a number in my head when that's going to be a thing.
I mean,
so yeah, like it's not like I'm like, oh, 65, I'll be done. I have no idea what that's going to look like by that time.
Like, the majority of Americans are having a hard time making ends meet, like, in the moment.
Right.
What are the odds those people are saving for after they're 65?
Well, it's going to be tight. But at some point, people are just going to get shoved out the door if there isn't work.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
Like, they're going to say, you're too old to work here.
Okay.
We got younger people that are quicker, work for less money, get out.
But there's never been a moment in my life where I assumed I'd be living without a job. Like, seriously. There has never been a time in my life. Both of my parents are still working right now.
Yeah, but your dad...
What? I'm sorry, what?
Your dad could have retired. He had a good job.
Are you not back in the blue?
You're
not back in the blue right now?
I back
Is
the
blue not being backed?
I back the blue, not his blue.
Not my blue.
Lance's
No, but you
shade
know
of
what I'm
blue.
saying. Like, you'll be fine.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. What do you
I
keep
love
doing?
these guys. I don't know how I'm going to do it.
Bro,
I'll tell you what.
Do
I got a wife's doctor. and I got a good
But you don't
job.
know what the cost of things are going to
big
look like.
guy
by
Thank you.
then.
No, she's right, man. Gas is $7 a gallon right now. What the hell is that going to look like a year from now, let alone
It'll
20
come
years
down.
from now?
It'll
Shut
go up.
I
It'll-
hate
it'll
you
go to the top.
boomer-ass dicks. Oh, man, everything's great for me. What do you mean you care about
Not great for me. I got nothing.
You live in a free house.
Well, I had to. Well, yes.
And by the way, even if you accepted that you
Yeah.
are going to have to work till 105,
Yeah.
I still think we are failing, even you at your elder age,
What's that?
failing to wrap our heads around how long 105 is. Like, Tommy, you're in your 60s.
Yeah.
You have had this job for what, 33 years?
Mhm.
If you were to work this career in radio, right, all you've had up to this point, you would still be working another
only be midway
45
through.
year.
Do I
Not
work?
even.
Yeah.
You're not even halfway through.
Yeah.
If you're
Yeah,
gonna
look at
work
that.
another
Wild.
5.
I'm just getting warmed up, baby. World's longest running creep cab.
Tim writes us, Duffy at WCMF, ask Tommy if he wants my 103-year-old decrepit dentist ass coming to work at his mouth. Take-home point is that many jobs age people out. They don't have
Sure.
conceivable options. I don't know. There are.
No, yeah, I remember as a kid, I went to see this woman who cleaned my teeth, and my mom went to see her when she was a kid. By this time, this woman had to be in her 80s. Like, you would walk out of there with your mouth bleeding because of how hard she flossed your teeth.
Damn.
Well, but it's because back in the day, she was also milking cows in between. Let's take a break.
All right.
The most unique piece of sports memorabilia is right now for sale in the greater Rochester area.
Here.
It is attached to the best quarterback in the NFL. It was once his. It now can be yours. And in all sincerity, although the price is not cheap,
Yeah.
considering what stuff like this normally goes for,
Damn.
it is unbelievably affordable. The only problem is
What?
it's not athletic. You can't really hang it on a wall.
Oh, so he didn't play with this thing.
Well, he played some things with this thing.
Oh. Oh.
I'll explain everything. Next, here at the break room. On CMF. The sports memorabilia market right now is hot.
Hot.
Anything touched by this guy is on fire.
Okay.
And this would be the most unique piece of memorabilia attached to this man. Here's the best part.
What's that?
It's for sale in town. And as far as like memorabilia goes,
Yeah.
it's relatively affordable.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. I know that we have mostly Bills fans that listen to the show.
Yeah.
And a lot of folks that have like fan caves, man caves, she sheds, whatever, full of Bills memorabilia. If you are someone that has recently looked at what it costs to get a piece of Josh Allen memorabilia, you've been floored. For example, if you want a Josh Allen autographed jersey, that's going to run you anywhere between $800 to $1,100.
Oh, my God.
It's insane. A Josh Allen autographed mini helmet will cost you $300 to $400.
Okay.
Even a Josh Allen autographed football, at minimum, is going to cost you $300. So
what do I do?
Well, that's just it. What if I told you right here in town you could buy something that was actually owned by Josh Allen?
Take it.
A man in Pittsford is selling Josh Allen's couch.
Couch?
The man says he got it at a charity auction a few years ago. And it went up for auction when Josh was moving into his mansion around the corner from the stadium that he is now. So at the auction, it was like an in-person like benefit. This man paid $4,000 for Josh Allen's couch.
Josh Allen's couch.
You got it. But you can buy it right now
Yeah.
for the low, low price of $1,000.
I'd be sitting on Josh Allen's couch.
You got it. So apparently this
Bachelor couch.
This guy is moving, and he just wants to get rid of Josh Allen's bachelor couch. Either of you interested in Josh Allen's $1,000 couch?
I ain't interested in nobody's used couch. That's
Not even
gross.
Josh Allen's.
No.
Why?
I get the thing. It would be
Gross-ass bachelor
cool,
couch.
but it's not something you would know right away is Josh Allen's couch. And I feel like if I told people this is Josh Allen's couch, they'd be like, "Prove it."
So it looks like it may come with a certificate of authenticity.
Really?
I think so.
Okay.
Well, yeah. How else
Really?
would you? I mean, they
I don't
probably
know.
got one from Josh.
All right.
You wouldn't auction it off if you didn't have proof it was
True.
Josh's couch, right?
All right.
So here's the thing. The couch does not look expensive. It looks like what a guy out of college would have bought for his first apartment,
Right.
which is actually exactly what this is.
Okay.
But it has had Josh Allen's ass all over it.
Did he date then?
Yeah, I'm sure
Probably.
he
Oh,
dated.
Well, he was,
that thing is loaded.
Well, he was.
You gonna try and clone Josh Allen with the couch?
You probably could, and her too. Man, you know, if he had some.
Well, he was. He was with his high school girlfriend.
Oh,
till
I
that
forgot.
point.
Yeah, he was dating that
yeah.
one. Yeah.
I think he lived with her.
Yeah, you're probably right. That's probably, they were sharing that couch. Son.
Yeah, that's a workbench.
Okay. Look, I'm not going to lie. When I saw this come up,
Yeah.
it did cross my
You
mind.
don't need it. You don't need it.
Kimmy,
Well, you do have a man cave.
I got the cave.
Yeah. How much more room in that cave do you have?
Kimmy, could you imagine next to my stadium seats?
It'll have like the roped
Josh
off
Allen's
area.
Yeah, Josh Allen's couch.
Yeah.
VIP only, Josh Allen's couch. And the only VIP who could sit there was the man who bought the couch himself, Josh Allen. All right. You can have one celebrity home item. One celebrity home item. Nothing memorabilia-wise, like no game use helmets or jerseys or anything. No.
But it's a typical household item.
Yes, no clothing. We're talking like furniture, appliances, stuff like that. What would you want for your house from your favorite celebrity? You don't have to tell me the celebrity. Just what would be the coolest piece to own?
Only because it pops into my mind some vintage audio equipment from a celebrity.
Like hi-fi, like Dean Martin's hi-fi.
You're close. It's Sinatra's that he had in Palm Springs. It's a wall of like that antique reel-to-reel, the albums, all that stuff.
You're such a dork.
It's so cool.
And you get all his like his unreleased albums that come with
Well,
it. too.
he's got some really unique tunes.
Yeah.
Like that one. What's that one I like?
It's that song that goes, "This is every song I've ever done. I'm not singing, I'm just talking over music, and you idiots bought it for like 80 years, baby."
I guess it would have to be something throwback, like a lighter. Like, back in the day, they used to have those table lighters.
Okay.
For people that they were like ornate.
Okay.
Fancy
You want an
looking.
ornate lighter? You are such a bitch.
So
Check out my ornate lighter, guys. Coach is lame. Look at my ornate lighter.
Well, it's way cooler.
Yeah, pretty cool, huh? I'm going to light things with my ornate lighter. Oh.
So Sinatra had something else while we're on the subject.
Okay.
So, and this was the thing. So my parents used to have cigarettes in the house for people when they came over. Like just cigarettes.
Sure.
Not like your brand, just like cigarettes when they came over. So Sinatra used to have a big glass bowl of every kind of cigarette
Okay.
in his thing because he had so many people over to smoke. That was so cool. Look, I don't even smoke, but I'm thinking about starting.
You want Sinatra's glass bowl of cigarettes.
Cigarettes and that really cool lighter.
Okay. But again, like Josh Allen's couch, there's a physical connection to that. This is just a thing that sat in Sinatra's house. Who cares?
So is that.
No, Josh Allen's ass was on that couch.
By the way, Josh may have done a few things on that couch.
I think it just makes it more valuable.
Well, he was a kid, and sometimes he was
That's
alone.
like the more stains, the better.
I mean, look,
well,
if
you getting some stainage.
if you want a piece of Josh, there could be lots of pieces
All
of
right.
Josh. You think he as
Yeah, but you wouldn't know if they were Josh's stains or the guy from who owned it before you, if it came from him.
Oh, good point.
You know?
Yeah, if you cloned it, you
If
get
there
a
have been multiple
Stains and
neighbors.
stains.
half Josh, half Pittsford man
Yeah.
clone. All right, Kimmy.
Yeah.
Which household item would you want the most from a celebrity?
I'm trying to think, like, I guess, like, to Tommy's point, if it was a celebrity from back in the day, they would have some, like, unique furniture. But I was also thinking, if the celebrity was a known big drinker, like, it'd be cool to have, like, a glassware set or, like,
Okay.
a bar set that they had or used.
Yeah.
All right, that's a good one.
You know, like a bar cart or whatever they displayed everything on.
Okay. John writes us. He says, I would want a good story, something like Charlie Sheen's glass top coffee table. I mean, that's a good one. Guys,
Talk about stains.
yeah, you might want to be
He's the
careful.
only guy that could stain a glass table.
You know what? When people, I'm sure that there is a market for this out there. Celebrity toilets.
Would you want a celebrity John?
I guess if it was unique, it had to have a little unique, like really fancy.
I mean, but you know they probably spent a lot of time on it at one point.
All right, let me ask you a question.
All right.
Phone number is 252-WCMF. Let's stick with Josh Allen. Again, a man from Pittsford is selling Josh Allen's couch. It's his bachelor couch that he got when he first moved to Buffalo. When he moved into his new home, this couch was given to a charity to auction off at an event. The man from Pittsford spent $4,000 on it, but he's selling it right now for $1,000. It looks like it comes with a certificate of authenticity. You think this is gross. You have to choose one Josh Allen item, and it has to be in your house, and you have to use it.
And it's a household item.
Okay, no, I got three options. You
All
ready?
right.
The couch, his bed,
Ugh.
or his toilet. Which one are you putting in your house?
Well, the toilet's just going to be a standard toilet.
Yeah, but Josh Allen's, you want to talk about like stuff being on
Bare
it.
ass.
Yeah. Full of Allen.
Definitely got like all the technology. It's probably
I
a
don't know
seat warmer.
You can sit where he sat, you can sleep where he slept, or you can dump where he dumped. What would you most
The least gross would be the couch. The toilet is just, the bed's, that's nasty.
You wouldn't want to sleep in Josh Allen's bed?
No, man.
I'd do it right now. The bed that he currently owns with Josh in it. I call Big Spoon.
Yeah, that's gross.
That's where you do the
Used
most
furniture
sweating.
creeps me out.
You need to pick one. You're not picking.
I said I'd take the couch.
Sorry, you're going to take Josh Allen's couch. Kimmy?
Yeah.
Josh Allen's couch, Josh Allen's bed, Josh Allen's toilet.
Yeah, I'm going couch. He seems like he was a big sweaty kid, so you know there's a lot of sweat in that bed.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
That
What about the
mattress.
couch, though? You think that guy didn't leave after a workout and didn't shower
Yeah,
and plopped
you're
out on the
probably
couch to
right.
play video games?
Well, same with. I guess you could clean the toilet.
Would it bother you if your husband wanted Josh Allen's toilet?
No, I guess not.
Would it bother you if your husband sold your bed because he managed to get his hands on Josh Allen's bed? Now, you
Yeah,
guys
that
are-
would bother me.
So
It'd be
sharing-
weird. That'd just be weird.
You wouldn't. It wouldn't be cool sleeping in Josh Allen's old bed.
I think just the thought of it being like a used mattress grosses me out from anybody.
I mean, they say what you lose like 5 pounds of skin a year
Yeah.
into your mattress.
You lose a pint of fluid a night.
That's not true.
Yes.
You just made that up.
Yes, I did, but it sounded cool.
Gimme, you could have like 15 pounds of Josh skin in
Yeah,
that
I'm
mattress.
good.
That doesn't sound
I'm
creepy.
good.
That sounds like
Yeah.
Silence of the Josh.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good.
Good to hear from you.
I am very surprised Tommy didn't want something from Johnny Carson, seeing if that's like his.
Well, here's the thing.
childhood
All,
hero.
you could ask for Johnny Carson's glass coffee table, but according to Gallagher, you'd have to wash it really good.
Yeah, Pine Sol ain't cleaning it up.
Ben, what celebrity household item do you want?
It would either be something from Dan Marino or Frank Thomas. Seeing those were my two favorite players growing up. So probably just a couch or like a lazy boy if
Okay.
they had.
Oh, lazy.
Dan Marino's lazy.
Lazy
boy.
boy.
Yeah.
Isotoner stuff to the
about-
side.
Oh, yeah.
Famous, unique toilets. I was listening to Joe Rogan a few months ago. He had Kid Rock on the show. He has a gold-plated toilet.
Yeah, is that surprising?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, not really, but I mean,
It's all
talk
making
about
sense.
toilets.
It's all making sense.
yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have
Kid
a good
Rock's
rest of the day.
crapper. All right.
Okay. We got Instagram messages coming in. Duffy at WCMF, easiest way to get us. Dave writes us, you shouldn't take anything from the house of a celebrity. They're rich and all, but the stuff they have in their house is going to be way better than what you have, and it won't fit. Not necessarily.
Well, but that makes it unique and stand out, though.
But
That's why you want it.
I don't even know if that's the case because, like, some of these celebrities, even Bills players, they have multiple homes, right?
Yeah.
It's possible, like, the stuff they have in Buffalo is just to keep the house full.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I bet I think you would rather have something that's more custom, so it kind of shows that, yeah, this is unique.
But, like, this Josh couch is not.
Right.
It's just a couch.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I think I would rather have the lower end Josh couch than the higher end Josh couch because I'd be afraid to sit on the fancy Josh couch.
Yeah.
All right.
This one I could use. My wife can't make a no bare ass on the Josh couch rule. That's my couch.
And it's probably
So you
been
go out of your way to put your bare ass on the Josh couch?
Well, look, I'm just a fan of bare ass on the couch, period.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
that's
again,
gross.
I paid $1,000 for the couch. I'm going to get my money's worth
Yeah.
with my bare ass.
Look at all the ass skin.
We got Facebook messages coming in. Duffy at the break room on WCMF. Whatever, you know how to get us. This comes in from Frank. Speaking of Frank Thomas. Says, when I was a kid, we bought Cal Ripken's bike. He used to ride it to Silver Stadium when he played for the Red Wings. My dad bought it from the guy he sold it to for $200 in the mid-'80s. It was my bike in the early 90s.
Okay.
What are the odds that was actually Cal Ripken's bike and Frank's dad didn't just get
I
ripped off?
just ran the stats. 0.
I mean, I guess it's not out of the question that Cal
40
Ripken...
kids
Seemed
bought
like
that
a pretty
bike.
random thing.
Well, no, I mean, do we know if Cal Ripken rode his bike to Silver Stadium when he was here?
Why did he ride a bike to Silver Stadium?
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe
I mean,
he lived down the street.
yeah, I don't know. Where did they put up the Red Wings back then?
Oh.
And he was like a teenager, wasn't he? Or early 20s.
Well, yeah, young guy.
Not out of the question.
Would you be impressed by Cal Ripken's bicycle?
No.
No?
I'm
The
not
Iron,
really,
the
Oh, that's
Iron
kind of a
Man's
cool
bike?
thing.
I'm not even a Cal Ripken fan.
No, I still...
I mean, he's just a baseball player. I mean, what's his record? Just
He's
showing
he's
up?
played the most games.
Yeah, he went to work.
You're an idiot.
But he's like, I can't
You're
think
an
of-
idiot. He's
I-
also one of the greatest. He's the
All right,
greatest.
what was it? What was the greatest play Cal Ripken ever made?
Wasn't it when he got here, found out you were going to be on the radio, and made it to Baltimore?
There you
That was
go.
his
There you
motivation
go.
to get out
Yeah,
of
I
town.
can't think of like a play he made where people go, "Oh my God!"
How
You know
often
the
did you
name.
watch the
Yeah.
Ripken
Baltimore
just pulled
Orioles?
off the unbelievable.
Yeah, the
He
unbelievable.
got off his bike and he showed up at work again.
Okay, so he broke Lou Gehrig's record. Name
Okay.
Lou Gehrig's baseball moment.
I gotta say right now.
Yeah, when he was dying,
Proud
he couldn't even get off his
Luckiest-
bike.
luckiest guy. Anybody want to buy my bike? I haven't ridden it very far because my legs don't work. FDR was here.
Yeah,
too.
we got it. We got the FDR joke at the end. All right. The guy who bought Josh's couch initially, the one who's selling it for
Yeah.
$1,000, he spent $4,000
At an auction.
at a charity auction. It goes to a good cause,
All right.
fine, whatever. Do you think he was drunk when he bought that couch?
I hope so.
Oh.
I really hope so.
$4,000.
Because that's something you can't even leave with. You got to get like it has to
Yeah,
be
you're right.
brought to your house with movers.
I wonder, do you think he knew it was Josh Allen's couch? Like, do you think Josh Allen was selling it
What was an
as
auction?
Josh Allen? Oh,
It
right,
was
right,
a
right,
charity
right.
auction. So
Yeah,
I'm
it was,
guessing
yeah.
Josh
Okay.
just
Yeah,
gave it
yeah,
to
yeah, I
somebody
forgot.
Yeah.
to raise money.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like he had to be hammered, wake up the next morning and be like, oh,
Why did I
man.
buy this?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't think you could regret buying Josh Allen's
All
couch.
right.
There isn't
Don't
any-
say you had it.
There isn't anything in Josh Allen's house where if it was handed to me, I wouldn't be excited to have. it.
Oh,
Like if I had Josh Allen's dishwasher, I would be excited to have that. If I got a
what's his name?
folks,
Well, he probably has a guy washing the dishes.
he probably has a dishwasher.
He's
What if
got a
it's-
dishwasher.
What if it's something completely useless to you? Like, you don't drink coffee. What if you got his coffee maker?
Like one of the fancy
Yeah.
Italian one.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. You know, we talked about this during the World Baseball Classic. You know,
Right.
they all have their home run celebrations. The teams, Team Italy,
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
they had an espresso maker in the dugout.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
And every time you hit a home run, they made you an espresso. Eric writes us, the espresso machine from Team Italy from the World Baseball Classic sold for around $5,000.
God
Damn.
damn.
That would be cool to make your coffee with that espresso machine every day.
Sure.
Dalton asked
Dalton.
into ChatGPT, did Cal Ripken ride his bike to the stadium? And they wrote, no, Cal Ripken Jr. Oh, no, he didn't ride his bike for the game that he broke the record, Lou Gehrig's record.
No kidding.
But other than that, he may have ridden his bike to Silver Stadium. All right, let's take a break. You know, we're talking about the Bills, Josh Allen.
Yeah.
The Bills made a signing yesterday.
Oh, who'd we get?
No one you'd recognize. But this is an interesting story because he didn't play last year,
yeah.
and he didn't play the year before.
Jesus Christ.
And the position he's playing, he's hardly ever played in his life.
Oh, this sounds like a score.
But the Bills are giving him an opportunity to make the team. And we'll tell you all about it next here in the break room on CMF. It's not the It's not the signing Bills fans were expecting.
Okay.
Because we knew they signed a couple of people before the draft. They filled in gaps with the draft, and then afterwards you go out and you get the veterans that are still available to plug up holes.
Okay, but it sounds like a pick over.
Well, okay.
It sounds like a bargain bin guy.
It's not. Well, I mean, yes, but at the same time, the question isn't so much whether or not he's a bargain.
Yeah.
I think the question is, like, at what point is your body just like, nah?
Yeah.
You can't do it, you're saying?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Yesterday was announced the Buffalo Bills have signed Ben Van Sumeren.
Wait, but they got Van Sumeren?
Ben Van Sumeren has a very interesting football story.
Yeah?
He went to the University of Michigan, and while he was there, he played fullback. Went undrafted a couple of years ago and signed as an undrafted free agent with the Philadelphia Eagles. And when he signed with the Eagles, they converted him to linebacker. So he played a year at linebacker. For whatever reason, they were like, you know what, you're a better fullback. So they moved him on an NFL team, which is it almost never happened.
Yeah.
Moved him back to his original position as fullback, and he played that in his second year, at least for a little while, because in that year he blew his knee out. Season over.
Yeah, that's it.
But that's okay. He rehabbed, worked his way all the way back. He's going to play fullback again next year. First game of the season, he's on the kickoff team, blew his knee out again.
Wait, same knee?
I don't know if it was the same knee, but he was a season-ending knee injury.
Damn.
On the first kickoff of opening night. And that was the first game because he was playing for the Eagles, who had won the Super Bowl the year before. He was out for the season again. The Eagles let him walk without re-signing.
Slowly.
Yesterday.
He's still leaving.
He signed with the Bills. The Bills signed a different fullback as an undrafted free agent after fullback Reggie Gilliam signed with the Patriots the offseason. So Ben Van Sumeren will be competing with that gentleman for the fullback spot on this roster.
You guys got shaky-ass knees.
Shaky-ass knees, one of my favorite Blues players of all time. Kimmy?
Yeah.
You saw this and your first thought was?
Oh, I mean, I get there's not a lot to lose here for the Bills to give the guy a try, but it kind of feels like if it doesn't happen now, when is it going to happen? It's
not if, but when.
Not if, but when situation. Whereas, like, he could come in and look really, really good, but you got to always have in the back of your mind that this might be temporary.
I mean, it is one of those, like, unless everything goes to perfection, not that fullback is a huge part of this team, right? Although I do love me a good fullback.
Okay.
Right? Like, let's say he really impresses in training camp.
Okay.
He makes the roster, and hell, he plays a couple of games where he looks really good, right? Like, if he gets hurt.
That almost makes it worse if he comes in and looks really good.
Yeah, like a Michael Hoyt situation from last year, remember?
Yeah.
But, like, if he gets hurt, everyone's going to be like, well, you saw what has happened the last couple of years.
Now, let me ask you this. Sure. In a team that really suffered with a ton of injuries.
The Bills you're talking
about. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Why are you looking at injured players?
Well, everybody's injured.
But, like, this guy doesn't get out of the gate.
It could have been just bad luck.
Twice?
Look, I get your argument, but, like, find me an NFL player that hasn't dealt with bro, our quarterback was on crutches a couple of weeks ago.
I get it. But like, that's a different situation because, he's earned the credit.
He's earned the crutches?
Yeah. But this guy, he ain't even played.
Okay.
Does seem like he doesn't have enough consistency there to go up.
Did he get to the 50-yard line?
I don't know. I was not watching the play when he heard it.
Because you said, like, opening.
It was the opening kickoff of the NFL season, end of sentence.
Yeah.
Blew his knee out.
Oh, yeah.
Was it like a non-contact
I have
injury,
given you
too?
all of
because that's always.
I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I feel for the guy. He's only 26.
Right.
He's only 26
right.
Is
years
that
old.
banged up?
Well, but again, like.
But 26 is tough too, because you're like, well, there's still time for him to make a comeback, and those injuries set you back, but his career's maybe not over yet.
He could have another 6 years in this
he
league.
could, or just hang it up and concentrate on the Blues.
Concentrate?
Yeah, concentrate on his Blues.
What would
career.
that sound like? Shaky-ass knees doing his...
And now, ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the stage, shaky-ass knees. Give it up for him. Hey, he's still coming. Give it a second. Yeah, oh, wait, there's some stairs here now. All right, we're going to take a break. Shaky-ass knees may be up here in just a couple of minutes.
252 WCMF. Yesterday, Bills signed fullback Ben Van Sumeren, he'll be competing for the fullback position on this Bills roster this year. He has missed the last 2 seasons, essentially, with knee injuries after being converted from a fullback to a linebacker with the Eagles, back to a fullback with the Eagles. I don't know, man. I mean, look, it's hard to know what this offense is going to look like, period. I mean, Joe Brady's now a head coach. He's still going to call the plays. You got new staff members there. You got new – I don't know what
but the fans are going to be screaming, man. This team needs to hit the ground running.
Especially
right?
New stadium. There's going to be
New
a lot
stadium,
of hype.
Yeah.
all the hype,
Yes.
all the crap that they pulled in the offseason.
Well, all
now
the injuries they dealt with last year.
we got Knee Boy.
Well, look, but again, he could not even make the team. Who
Yeah,
knows?
yeah.
Look, everything you're
What if
saying
he comes out, he's dragging one leg?
Okay, well, I don't think you make an NFL roster dragging a leg.
You never know with this crew.
Especially when you're already late for your stage performance. No, man, look, you're right. Everything you said is right about the pressure, but the Bills did this to themselves.
I know.
I mean, Brandon Beane and Terry Pagula did this to themselves.
Yes, they did.
They made the decision to make that change. Joe Brady, I mean, look, I don't blame him for what
It
happened.
doesn't sound like we're off to a good start.
You say this every year.
No, this is the worst.
This is the worst one ever.
It's the worst one
This is
ever.
the worst one ever again this time now that we're talking
Yes.
about it. You stupid ass bitch. I mean, I'll be honest with you. The weight is killing me. And the Sabres, you know, with what's going on there is a nice distraction.
Sure.
Yeah.
I just want to get to opening day to see what this looks like. I want to see what Joe Brady looks like as a head coach. I want to see what the weapons they added look. I want to see if you did enough in the draft.
You're going to get a little preview into like a lot of those changes at training camp because of how, well, I'm just saying in terms of the way Joe Brady coaches, because remember how like buttoned up it was when Sean McDermott was here, how strict a schedule those guys were on, just how strict they were about everything in general. And it will be interesting to see
This guy's
the
loose.
dynamic without Sean McDermott there.
Would Luce be bad?
I don't know. Loose doesn't seem to float well in the NFL.
It's weird because McDermott was super buttoned up, as Kimmy just brought up, and you crushed him for that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what do you want?
But you don't want Rex Ryan either. You don't want clown guy.
So you don't want loose. You don't want buttoned up. You just want a bitch.
No, but you want to. You want to.
You want a buttoned up loose.
Yes.
A loose tight.
A loose tight.
Yeah.
Tighty loosey.
Hot ice. You're an idiot. All right, we're gonna.
Spicy ice.
This is something I never thought we'd discuss on this show, but it's a legitimate
Talent.
This is a legitimate thing that's happening.
What happened?
You may have looked around and noticed some people that look a certain way, and that there are more of them than there used to be.
Oh, what kind of people?
This is not.
I know.
I realize how this is
What's going on in
sounded.
his
Where we're
mind?
starting. This is not a podcast that you have to download from the dark web. That's not what I'm talking about. It turns out that these people are multiplying. Okay, again. Hold on. Let me back this out a second. These folks that were once rare are no longer.
Okay, they're commonplace now?
Not common so much, but it turns out that as time goes on, they are going to be more common because there are a whole bunch of people listening right now that have no idea this is in their family, that this goes back generations, and that one day themselves, their children, or their grandchildren could produce a person like this. And we'll tell you who we're talking about next here in the break room on CMF. These people can be jarring, Tommy.
Jarring?
Jarring. And if you're not expecting them, they'll scare the hell out of you.
Well, we got to do something about these people.
Nothing you can do. They're multiplying.
Who are these people?
As we speak, these once rare human beings are more plentiful than ever. And some folks are saying there is a scientific reason behind it.
Whoa.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Tomorrow, we will have a 4-pack of tickets to give away to go see your Rochester Red Wings at ESL Ballpark. I believe those tickets are good for any game this season, Kimmy?
Sounds like it.
All right. So, Wings are in town
Quite
this
possibly.
weekend. Okay, if you're a Red Sox fan, the Wings are playing the
Okay.
Paw Sox.
Paw
Or no,
Sox.
is it Worcester Paw Sox? I
Worcester.
Worcester.
Worcester?
Worcester. Worcester.
Yeah.
Worcester coming to town, Worcester.
Why? Stop that. Stop that right now. We'll get you those tickets tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. The Gingers are multiplying at an alarming rate.
Wait, redheads are up?
Yep. A new study shows,
How'd that
not
happen?
just up. A new study shows there are more redheaded people that exist today than have ever existed in human history. Like at once, we have more redheaded people on this planet than previously ever existed
All
throughout
stepchildren?
time. And it turns out there's more on the way.
Okay.
So back thousands of years ago, natural selection wiped out people that had high risk for death. For example, folks at risk of bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, they didn't have a chance to pass on their genes because they had a hard time surviving during the hunter-gatherer days.
Right.
That has changed. Same thing goes for folks that had like high body fat percentages or something like Crohn's disease,
All
right?
right.
Like it made it hard to live. But the way that we live now has changed what genes are getting
But
passed
how does that
on.
affect redheads?
Here's what I'm saying. One of the formerly negative traits that is going the other way is red hair.
So freckles.
Not that being a redhead is a bad thing, but red hair normally comes with fair skin.
And you get the freckle.
You got it. But when you're outside all day hunting and gathering, the sun will kill you.
Oh.
Trust me, I know.
All right.
So back in the day, folks that had red hair and fair skin were dying of skin cancer earlier than people that didn't have that stuff. So not only are redheads thriving more now, thanks to inside existing and sunscreen existing and wonderful
More
dermatologists,
protections.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly, catching all kinds of melanomas, they're also having children.
Yeah, but you would think like, all right, so let's say a redhead marries a regular ass headed hair person,
Okay.
and they make a kid.
Yeah.
What's that color hair? It's not going to be jet ass red, right?
Okay.
Wouldn't it be like
well, I
like
know,
a blend?
no, I know people that their kids are redheads and neither of them are redheads.
That's one unlucky kid.
No, it's
Man,
not.
you talk about losing the hair lottery. Man, I got two normal hair.
What's wrong with redheaded people?
I know.
They're
I
not
know. What
attractive,
do you mean?
man.
Oh, my God.
This is not attractive.
Oh, my God.
There's like most redheads ain't good looking.
You're
man.
insane.
No, I ain't.
You are.
There are
You know what I
plenty
am?
of good-looking redheads.
I got eyes.
I got eyes. Bro. Yeah,
Bro,
you got
yeah, you're
eyes. You
gonna
got a
find-
mirror, too. You got a mirror, too. You can talk about who's not attractive.
No, you're gonna pick one redheaded celebrity.
people
Yeah, I'll
have-
give it to you. But normally, you
Oh my
give me
God.
20 redheads, I'll show you 19 fugly.
I have a genetic predisposition for redheads.
I was
Because
gonna
if
say,
you're
like, some
hairy,
people
That's what I
say
just
that
said.
it's
That's what
more
I-
attractive.
God, you're an idiot.
Hey,
All
by
right.
the way, most redheads just come out of Ireland, right?
No. Well, I mean,
No.
there are the folks that came to Ireland were redheaded people, but
But
they
I'm
can
saying it's-
exist
it's
all over the
isolated.
place. No, it's not.
It's
All right. You brought up.
so you think like in Indonesia, there's some dude walking around
yes,
with red hair.
there is.
There ain't.
There are. Here's
There
why.
ain't no redheads in China.
I.
If
there
they
are.
are, they're in a boy band.
There are redheaded Chinese people.
Yeah, they're in a boy band.
All right. You brought up the genetics of all of this, and I will explain it to you because there are people, redheaded kids, that did not have redheaded parents. Have
Right.
either of you seen this before?
No. How does
So-
that happen?
Red hair, and I'm not making this up, comes from a genetic mutation, and it is a recessive trait, meaning it can skip generations. So you can have two parents without a hint of red hair,
Right.
but if they both carry the recessive gene, they can have a redheaded kid. And I know there are folks listening right now, 252 WCMF, who have had this happen. It is believed about 1 in 20 people have this recessive, what they're calling it, ginger gene. And if you both have this, even if you are not redheaded, you have a 1 in 4 chance at a redheaded
Man,
baby.
try to
it's-
explain
it's
that
like-
to your husband.
I know.
When Carrot Top shows up.
Well, it's like
No, listen, it's just this gene thing.
Further, I'm sorry, Kim, I don't mean to cut you off, just to get the science out. This gene can stay dormant for generations.
Thousands of years.
Meaning you could have no red hair in your family for a century, and then all of a sudden, bang,
Yeah.
you got a redheaded kid. So no, it is not out of the question for you to go 2 or 3 generations with no redhead. Both
And-
you,
ooh.
yeah, both you and your spouse have this recessive gene, and it shows up in your kid.
well, I mean, it's even like two people with brown eyes can produce a blue-eyed child.
This is
you
true.
know?
Yeah.
Mm.
No, my wife, You know, my wife is a scientist, right?
Yeah.
She's a doctor. When we were having our first baby, she wrote out, what's that chart for eyes?
What is that called?
I
can't remember the name of the chart. Yeah, how you can how you can
What do you do?
pinpoint that your likeliness of having
a
certain
blue-eyed
traits.
child, a percentage. So she wrote out in front of me because she's obsessed over having
Sure.
our first baby. Obviously, she was writing out the percentages of eye color based on our genetics.
Oh.
Like at the dining room table one day, trying to imagine what our first child was going to look like.
How close you got?
Well, no, it's not how close. It's the percentage chance they
Oh.
have blue eyes, green eyes,
Oh.
brown eyes. They both ended up with brown eyes.
Okay.
So 252 WCMF 252-9263. The straight. What are you laughing
Punnett
at?
Square. Punnett Square.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. The strange thing about redheaded folk, again, this new scientific paper saying we have more redheads on planet Earth right now than we have ever had existing in the history of time, thanks to a recessive gene that is now showing back up again. Either you have a thing for redheads or you don't. There is no in between.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's ginger chasers.
No,
There's ginger porn.
Okay. God damn it.
You went straight to fetish.
I'm going to
Not
talk.
fetish,
I'm
it's
going to
okay.
talk to Kimmy
Yeah.
for a little while.
You just like watching a burning bush.
Uh,
Ow, 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 ow.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
you've dated blonde guys before?
Yeah.
You've dated brunette guys
Yeah.
before? You find both of them attractive?
Yes.
Have you ever dated a redhead?
I have not.
Okay.
She ain't dated no damn redhead.
Are you?
But I'm thinking like right now there was this kid I went to college with, and he was a very good looking man, and he was a redhead.
Okay.
Except for
Yeah.
the hair.
I like redheads too. So
No, I'm just saying
Didn't
like
date
it's
him.
not that I wouldn't find a guy with red hair unattractive.
Look, we just found out that Tommy is not attracted to redheads. All right. If I'm wrong, tell me this. 252 WCMF. If you find someone that is dating or married to a redhead, I would be willing to bet my house that either A, they have dated another redhead in the past, or B, their biggest celebrity crush is a redhead.
Okay.
And I am curious to all of you gingers out there listening. Do you find it easier to meet people because of the amount of folks that are into redheads? Or do you find it harder to meet people because not as many people are into redheads as we assume here?
Who's a famous redhead? Like good-looking famous.
Well, no, because
redhead.
you said Carrot Top. All I could think of is Carrot Top. You've totally
No,
spoiled the well.
he's the best-looking celebrity redhead.
There are plenty of good. Emma, the hell's her name?
Emma Stone.
Thank you. She's
Okay.
a very attractive redhead.
Wasn't like God, I can't think of her. Lindsay Lohan. She was.
Yeah,
But that's dye job, Lindsay
No,
Lohan.
no, like
she's
her
a
hair is.
natural
She
redhead.
dyes her
That
hair
is
blonde,
black.
but I think
Okay.
her hair is naturally red.
All right, we got a lot of dudes. You don't have
And Lindsay
to.
Lohan's a disaster.
Nicole
man.
Kidman.
Nicole, bro, just because she has red hair doesn't mean she's a disaster. Those things are not mutually exclusive.
Lindsay Lohan's a disaster.
Okay, there are plenty of non-disaster redheads.
Nah, I mean, there's a couple.
Connor writes us on Instagram.
Howdy doody.
He looks like a redhead. He says, I will happily take my red hair over Tommy's sad excuse for the hair left on his head. He brings up a good point.
Oh, who's that?
Are redheads less likely to go bald? I've never seen a balding redhead. Have
How
you?
would you know?
Oh, I have.
Like
I've seen
the horseshoe bald redhead?
Oh, I
yeah,
get. Well, maybe when they get old.
Well, you think gingers don't live long lives?
I just don't think. I think they go into hiding. once
Isn't Bill
they
Burr a
age
redhead? He's bald.
Who's that? Bill Burr. You're right.
Yeah.
He is bald.
They
Yeah.
can go bald.
I take it
Out.
back.
Not attractive.
Sean McDermott, is he a redhead?
I don't know.
You just based
So I
that
always
on
felt
the
like-
Irish name now.
No, I think because his
Well,
beard
you're
always-
the one that said
Sean
redhead.
Connery. I think he's.
You're the one who said redheads only come from Ireland, which
well,
is wrong.
90% of them got out the Titanic.
Which is wrong.
Started banging.
It's funny. Despite the fact that there are more
Fire
redheads
ants.
right now than there ever have been in human history,
Yeah.
it's still not like you see them all that often. And maybe
They
it's,
stick out.
maybe it's different in Rochester because we have such a melting pot of
Yeah.
cultures here and a big Italian population. But
Not the Mediterranean.
yeah, I don't see redheads on a daily basis,
You don't.
right?
No.
Oh. 252 WCMF 252-9263. I see you guys trying to get in. We have people backing up the science here. Jake writes us, my sister and I have a female cousin who are redheads. Crystal writes, neither of my parents are redheads, but I am, and my son has blonde hair. My husband has black hair. I'm telling you, man, like all of a sudden, without even, if you do not know this,
Yeah.
and the redhead shows up, like you will have to have doctors and nurses explain to you
You would
what
have
happened.
to, yeah.
Have you seen the
DNA
people?
test.
No,
Yes.
no.
Man, if your old lady puts out a redhead
Puts out a redhead.
and neither of you got the red hair, people going to have some questions.
Oh, yeah, we don't have enough time to explain this to you.
No, we just did. He just doesn't get it.
Yeah, but I ain't buying it. I'm thinking Rusty stopped by
You're not
yesterday.
It is
buying the
weird sometimes,
science.
though, because I know people that have had, like they have kids who are redheads as toddlers, but then they kind of like grow out of it. Do you know what I mean? Like they have like bright red hair as like little kids, and then it gets like really dark over time. So is that like something you grow out of, or
like a chia pet?
Because I mean, they're still fair people, but they don't look like your typical redhead.
So it's interesting you bring that up because it goes the other way. And going along those lines, what is super interesting here is how this has started to show up as we all get together as different types of people.
Well, what happened?
For example, being Irish, I have some ginger in me. When the summertime hits, my beard goes red.
Oh.
Like when the sun is on it, the beard goes red. I don't know why. It only happens in the
probably
summertime.
the gene.
But it is jarring. Like I'll wake up one day and be like, oh, the red beard's here. It just shows
I gotta
up.
look. When does that happen? August?
Give me like another 2 or 3 weeks
All
being
right.
outside and it'll go red. That was passed down to my youngest. So her mother is Jamaican, but she has Irish curls. And in the summertime, her curls go a dark amber red. But that only recently started to happen like the last 2 years. So my daughter is a Jamaican summertime curly Irish-haired redhead.
That's a lot of hair.
But it's like the most unique, beautiful hair you've ever seen in your life.
Okay.
Say something now, jackass.
Well,
No, go ahead. What were you saying about redheads? Not attractive is what I heard.
Can I ask a question without sounding racist?
Oh, we're going to find out.
Does she have a natural afro, or is it natural curly hair?
Oh, my God.
What does she have? Does she have? What kind of hair does she have? That's not a racist
You
thing.
didn't have to say afro.
You could have just said, does she have your hair or your wife's hair?
Great point, Kimmy.
Why can't I say an afro?
You can. You did.
Why is that bad?
No. But well, I don't know. We'll find out based on the letters we get for Hate Mail of the Week over the next couple of days. All right. The way that my wife describes it.
The hair.
Black girl hair.
Yeah.
Right. All right. So
that sounds worse than what I said.
Oh, you're gonna. Please, man, white man from Pittsburgh. Tell
Maybe
the guy
I need to stop by.
Tell the
and
guy
y'all
with
out.
mixed race children what he should and shouldn't say about his kids.
White man hair. Let me tell you what.
I didn't say white man
I'm
hair.
going to
I
say
said
the man
me.
in
I
the
said
braided
white
belt
man
should not
here.
ask questions today.
I said I'm a white man here.
All right. So my oldest has she has more black girl hair, and like I was unaware. Just quick side story. It's not something I thought about when we were having kids. So like as a dad, you have to be dad, and like I would have to like comb her hair.
And dads are already really bad at hair.
Absolutely. The amount of combs I broke in my oldest daughter's hair when she was growing up because I
didn't leave.
You need products.
Well, I did. Yes, but even with the products, Kimmy, like that, it was like a 40-minute process when she was little doing her hair
Surprised
together.
your wife trusted you to do that.
There was no one else, Kimmy. She had to go to work. Right, but like my youngest has more my hair.
Curl.
Yeah, but the curl is also kind of black girl hair. It's a very interesting combination.
Right. That's all I was asking.
No, that's not what you were asking. It's not what you were asking. But it's Amber, and it stinks because now I have to go home and tell her that all redheads are unattractive, according to Tommy Muley.
She's not a natural redhead.
She is literally a natural redhead.
If the sun hits it, don't make you a redhead.
What is the definition of natural?
Yeah, I mean,
define natural.
It's red.
Is the sun natural?
The jury's out on that. Really.
The jury is out.
Well, nobody's ever visited to tell.
Is man-made. Again, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. A new scientific paper finds that there are more redheaded people on Earth right now than there has ever been throughout the history of the world.
It's the red tide, bro.
And it is because how our lives are changing. Much like other, this sounds so bad saying it out loud, but it's in the science. Things like high body fat percentage, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder. That stuff was going away when we were hunter-gatherers. But because our lives have changed, things that were once recessive are showing back up again. And redhead and fair skin was one of those things because people with fair skin wouldn't survive long in the sun.
All right.
Now, if you have this recessive gene, it's not two redheaded people that can only create a redheaded person. You could go generations without a redhead. Two people that have the recessive gene link up, and boom, two dark-haired people all of a sudden have produced a redheaded child. For example, what are you like? Just lost the message now. Nifty Drifter writes us on Instagram. Neither of my parents have red hair. I ended up with it. My wife has dark hair. Our daughter has amazing red hair. When we go out in public, it's like being with a celebrity. If we pass 10 people in Wegmans, 5 to 6 complete strangers will stop us to talk about her hair. It's a little bit weird.
That's a little creepy.
It is a weird thing to point out
Yeah.
to a stranger.
The same thing happens with my daughters.
Really?
Yeah, like it's weird. She has the most beautiful hair. And what do you? Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
That's nice.
What else do you say? Dom writes us, I have a completely Italian cousin who is a
Completely Italian.
Completely Italian, uncut, pure Italian, who has fire engine red hair.
No, you don't.
You've never seen a
I
redhead?
don't know why
Somebody
you don't
walked
believe
across
this
the-
can happen.
Bro, somebody walked across the Alps and had some fun one night. Don't make you a full of 10.
Okay, so I actually have data on this too.
Somebody got into the village one night.
There has been an increase in red-headed Italian folks.
Yeah.
Apparently, back in the day, there were red-headed Italians in northern Italy. And as we become more of a melting pot and Italian folks are hooking up with other cultures that traditionally always dark Italian hair,
It's that line up there, bro.
what are we doing, True Romance?
Over
Is that what we're doing?
there. The line up there.
Why are you doing the line up there?
The line over there.
What are you doing the line up
They
there?
across the line.
Like-
That's all I'm saying.
Bro, it's not out of the question if you would have met your wife 30 years earlier that you would have produced a red-headed child.
All right.
Ugh. How do you not
A
understand?
redheaded little Tommy.
How do you not understand at your age how genetics work?
Well, I didn't know. I always thought redheads were just Irish people. That's what I thought. Or like
No.
Scottish or something like that, or Brits. Like a very pale people.
Okay, somebody tweeted us that Galileo was a redhead,
Was he?
and he's Italian.
Well, with that name, yeah.
Like what?
How do
the
they? How do you
Galileo,
know
the scientist.
Galileo was Italian?
He was living in Italy.
You got a picture? I
Hold
don't
on,
think
let's-
so.
You got
You can
picture.
you can paint any hair you want. I never seen a still photo of Galileo on his boat
All right. So you
out
started.
in Irondequoit Bay with his shirt
You
off.
started. How would he get to Irondequoit?
Oh,
Bay
yeah,
if
see,
from
he's
Italy?
a big discoverer.
big discoverer.
There's a lot of Italians over here with red
It all
hair.
checks out according to Google. Had reddish hair, and he was Italian.
All right. So first he argued with science of genetics.
Yeah.
Now he's arguing where Galileo was from.
You
and
ain't got no
whether or
picture of
not
Galileo.
He had
There are
red
pictures.
hair.
There's a portrait. you know.
It's a painting.
Okay, well, I don't think they'd give him red hair if he didn't have
But,
red
yeah.
hair.
Why would you paint an Italian man with red hair if he didn't have red hair?
Oh, just make a name for yourself.
To
as an
make a
artist.
name for yourself in the red-headed painting world,
Yes.
you idiot. Bill writes us on Instagram. I dated two redheads. Should have learned my lesson with the first one. They were both crazy. Red is nature's way of showing danger. Stay away.
Okay.
Hey, Dave says the same thing. I dated a redhead briefly. Too wild, crazy, but fun, and whoops.
Yeah.
Never mind. Wish I don't put that at the end. Look, I will say this. I have dated a redhead in the past. That whole crazy thing, not totally
Yeah,
out of the
red
question.
on the head, crazy in bed.
I just meant crazy in general.
Well,
But
yeah.
you can use that for any color hair.
Brown in the head,
Yeah,
crazy in bed. Like
Yeah, I
literally
know.
any
You
color.
can make that rhyme for anybody.
Dude, glasses on the head, crazy in bed. Bald on the head, crazy in bed.
you
Old man spots on the head, crazy
banging
in
a
bed.
bald
No,
chick?
I'm just saying. I meant you, you idiot. No, I have had. The
So you dated a redheaded girl.
was crazy. Was crazy.
Okay.
Crazy person. Pam writes, tell Tommy, Red from the Brick House is a redheaded Italian. Reds. That's why they call him Red.
Oh.
And by the way, he's bald, so there's our answer to that.
Yeah. And I've never seen a picture of him.
Well, he's got that painting where he's next to
Yeah.
Galileo, which, judging on age, that might not be that far off. You are the most infuriating human being I've ever met in my life. Because
Why?
we find this fun scientific study, and
Yeah.
I go, ooh, this is interesting.
Wrong.
It explains a whole lot. And
Not true.
instead of talking about like how unique a melting pot we are, I'm going to tell you about science. Tommy's science.
I just never-
Somebody's cheating.
I mean, I all I said was I don't find it appealing.
No, you said
Nobody-
you did not say that. You said
And nobody
redheads
asked.
are unattractive.
No, same thing. Unappealing, unattractive. It's not a good look.
No. You didn't say I do not think redheads are attractive. You said redheads are unattractive. That's what you said.
Okay.
So now my daughter is at home
She's not a
bawling her
redhead.
eyes out. How is she not a
Well,
redhead?
she should not be listening to the show. She should be in school.
Stacy writes, Delphia WCMF. I married a redhead. His mom and two of his three sisters were redheads. Our boys were both blonde-haired, blue eyes. Daniel is a bald-headed redhead. He sent us
Oh.
a picture of his
Proof.
big old bald
But I
redhead.
ain't seeing no damn red, even in the stash.
He's got a red stash.
He does?
Yeah.
Okay.
Red stash, one of my favorite Boston Celtics from back in the day.
Oh, red stash. Do you get red pubes?
No, because my pubes don't see the sun, man.
No, but like if you're a redhead, if you're a pure
I
redhead,
don't know. Why don't you go ask somebody?
do you have red pubes?
See what happens.
Okay, no, I know the answer to this, yes. If you are redhead,
Well, there are
Okay.
different like levels of redhead.
if
though.
you're an
Level of pubes?
if
well, I
you-
mean, like maybe not not all your body hair is red.
the experience I have had, yeah, you will have red pubes.
Okay.
If you're a pure uncut
If
redhead.
you're straight
but,
up.
But me going red in the sun My pubes do not
Well,
turn
of course,
red.
yeah, because it's more of the sun effect.
Although we could do an experiment this summer. I do have the deck where
Oh, there
we
you
could
go. Your
see
neighbors would love that.
see how red the
Hey,
pubes
see,
go.
Pat's turning red over there,
But what's weird about it, only my beard goes, not the top of my head.
which is odd.
But like it's the same hair there. It's
Right.
down there. So maybe
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what the and like here's the thing. I don't have my shirt off enough in the sun. I don't know if my chest hair would go red.
Oh.
And I mean, I would love to know the science behind why only the beard goes, but not the top of my head.
Maybe just the hair on your face is lighter in general.
I don't know. Because that's not necessarily true either, right? Like my hair color now is the same as the top of my head.
Yeah, but is your hair finer on the beard or
it's
on your
fine.
head?
It's fine anywhere
More
you want
coarse
it, baby.
on your face.
Where you want this fine hair, son.
Out the door.
Out the door, okay? Get out the door. Redheads across. Well, I think we managed to offend everybody.
Yep.
Only redheads and future redheads.
We're finding out there are a lot more of them. So way to go.
Yep, nice job. And now we're banned from the Brookhouse, which really is devastating for me because they have dynamite Bill Parma.
Wait, we lost the Brookhouse account?
Let's take a break. This Sabres playoff run has continued what has been Kimmy sports heaven for like the last 6
Yeah, it's
months,
been
right?
nice.
Super Bowl, into the Olympics, into March Madness, into World Baseball Classic, into this. It's been awesome.
Yeah.
And, there are college basketball folks that are already looking forward to next year's March Madness. And it could be different than it ever has been.
Oh, they changed this stuff?
Yeah, they have a proposal. And it's funny. There are folks that are vehemently against this, folks that are 100% for this, and no one in between. And I can't figure out if they do this, why this would be a bad idea.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This seems like a pretty slam dunk good idea.
Okay.
We get more, they get more exposure for the folks in it. I don't understand why there's been such a pushback the last 24 hours in this thing that seems like it is now inevitable.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Tommy, when you sit down and watch the NCAA men's basketball tournament, there are how many teams?
64.
Wrong. There's 68. They got the play-in tournament portion now. They changed that a couple of years ago.
Okay.
And we found out on Tuesday via a report from somebody, ESPN, that the NCAA has begun the final steps to expand the men's and women's basketball tournaments to 76 teams.
Wow.
If approved, the change would take effect during the upcoming college basketball season, meaning next year, instead of a field of 68, you would have a field of 70.
So would they start it earlier or just extend it later?
I think you just add games.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because it's only another.
So it'd add another week it'd only probably add another week.
You wouldn't have to. You could just put more games on the play-in nights.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
yeah.
Oh, so just more options to watch.
Well,
Yeah.
but then there'd still be more teams entering the tournament.
All right, so you got 68.
Yeah.
So that means if you add, that'd be 4 more games, right? Because there'd be 8
Oh,
more
that's it?
teams. Yeah.
Oh.
4 more games to start round 1.
All right. That's not
Okay.
that big.
I would think you would.
I see what you're saying.
You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, yeah.
Unless my
To
math
get-
is wrong,
yeah.
which it never is.
No.
All right, so this has become like surprisingly controversial. There are a whole bunch of college basketball fans that say this is a terrible idea.
Well, why?
Well, they think
It's not hurting the game.
they're arguing it waters down the tournament. You're putting teams in that don't deserve to be there.
It doesn't seem necessary, but at the same time, it does surprise me sometimes how many like big time programs are on the bubble every year that don't make it in.
So the
I mean,
argument-
we're not even just talking about smaller schools getting in. You're talking about like some programs that just had a down year that might actually make it.
But the argument from that side is like just because a team has a name doesn't
Yeah,
mean they should
and-
qualify
yeah,
for the
that's a
NCAA
fair
basketball
argument.
tournament. And
Yeah.
the more teams you put in the tournament, the higher the chance that you're going to have some weird upset of a team that actually earned
and that
the
actually
chance.
makes
Yeah.
it interesting to see
Yeah.
somebody go on a run.
I
Right?
agree with you, right? Like for example, the year they doubled it from 32 to 64. That was the year that Villanova made it all the way to the
Oh, okay.
championship game, and they wouldn't have even made the tournament. They won. They wouldn't have even made the tournament had they not adjusted
Yeah.
it that year. So are we all three in agreement? This is a good idea.
Yeah.
Kimmy?
Why not? college
Yeah, I mean, why not? Let's mix it up.
What?
You say it's college basketball.
No, I said it demeaningly.
That's what I meant. Say it again.
College basketball.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I would argue outside of the Super Bowl, this is the most American sporting event.
It's one of the biggest, right? And a lot of it developed through gamblers.
Oh, it all developed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it got so popular.
Yeah. But like I'm failing to see the downside. You get more basketball.
Right.
You have more potential Cinderellas. We get more entertainment. More college kids that play get to potentially up their profile with these nationally televised games.
Hey, you'll get some eyes on some programs that you didn't really care about.
You got that. And going along with that, you have more coaches that will get to prove themselves against big-time schools they wouldn't normally see. For example, new Syracuse head basketball coach Jerry McNamara got the Cuse job because, in part, his Siena team took Duke down to the wire in the first
Definitely
round.
helped.
And they wouldn't have had that opportunity had they not made the tournament.
All right.
Where's the bad? Where's the bad?
The purists.
252 WCMF 252-9263. But that's the other funny part is they've been adding teams since the beginning of the tournament.
Right, but
Yeah.
the purists only wanted the way they came into the league.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
this is what I started watching it like this. This is the way it should be, even though it changed before you got there.
Well, to your point, it started with 8 teams.
Really?
It was 8. It was an 8-team tournament. It might have even been 6.
How old is this thing anyway?
1930 something.
Oh, it goes back that far.
Kimmy, can we Google this? I just read about this the other day, coincidentally.
Oh, and you know nobody cared back then about college basketball.
Well, there were 3 tournaments like this. The NIT that exists now, which is like the minor league.
that was the original one.
It
but
was, yes. It was the original one. And people would NIT was the big one, and then like sometimes teams that couldn't make it or could play in both would go play in the other one.
Yeah.
The NCAA Division I men's basketball tournament began in 1939.
There you go. And how many teams initially? Was it 8?
8 teams.
Okay.
All in New York City.
So what's weird is they did it based on region.
That's what it looks like, yeah, because it said the championship game was Oregon versus Ohio State.
So like let's say Ohio State and Michigan were both undefeated.
Yeah.
Only
have to
one
play
of
each
them
other.
could
So-
come out.
Oh, okay.
And then
So
you'd
they
have-
would play. No, they wouldn't.
No. So you had to pick one, and then they would play like Texas Miners College that had lost 7 games that
Yeah.
year. It was just a terrible way to do
Yeah.
the tournament.
All right.
And I would argue that every time they add teams to the tournament, it makes it better, like competition wise.
And it's great for the gambling set, man, because it gives you more play.
And that's what's driving
Right.
you. 252 WCMF. The NCAA has begun to take the final steps to expand the men's and women's basketball tournament to 76 teams. It would take effect this year. By the way, it looks like it's all a formality. Folks inside the NCAA say they have all of the stuff they need to make it 76. So,
and they probably won't stop it there. I mean, they'll keep it going.
yeah,
right?
I mean, again, it's money. And here's the thing. There's an argument they should keep it going, like blow it up even bigger. Let's say they get to 76 teams, right? It would still be significantly less teams than any other playoffs we watch. For example, in the NBA, NHL, NFL, and Major League Baseball, about half the teams in all of those leagues make the playoffs.
Okay.
So currently, there are 365 men's NCAA 1 basketball teams. 68 teams make the tourney. That's only 18%.
Yeah, so it's low.
Less than
All right.
1 in 5 basketball teams make the NCAA tournament. Compare that again to half of the teams in all the major sports leagues. You could have a 160-team tournament.
Now you're talking.
But, like, that would be equal to the NFL, NHL, NBA, or MLB playoffs.
Yeah, and you got all these facilities, so you could definitely play.
I mean, I think if you did 160, we would
That
stop
would be,
caring.
Yeah,
It's too much.
Too much?
it'd be oversaturated.
All right, Nick writes us on Instagram, and I'm detecting sarcasm, so I'm going to read it the way I think he wrote it.
Okay.
Are you ready? Why not let every team play in the tournament? More teams equals better, right? Right?
I mean, the regular season's got to count for something, right? Otherwise, what's the point
Does
of playing a
it?
regular season?
Would it? Well, no. I mean, you could even make the argument the regular season doesn't count because you could lose all your games, get hot in the tournament for your conference, and make
Yeah.
the tournament.
Yeah.
I mean,
But I always like
you
those
still,
stories, man.
Same.
Just to watch people getting pissed off.
Well, it's not even. I mean, look, like Syracuse basketball fans have benefited from this big time. We just talked about Jerry McNamara, the run he went on his senior year. Syracuse was not going to make that tournament. They
Yeah.
went in overtime how many times in the ACC tournament to make
You
the
mean the Big East?
Big East, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Big East tournament at the Garden to make that tournament. That was one of the funnest marches of my life.
Look at that.
And I'm not even a Syracuse basketball fan. But it was fun to watch, fun to be a part of.
All right.
Why do we hate excitement?
I don't know.
Huh. Thank you. We come back,
All right.
wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break. Let's see, man. Oscar Red Room.
The old Thursday Red Room.
For a Thursday Break Room CMF. We'll be back here tomorrow on a Friday. You know what that means?
Creepy time.
Yep, Creep Cap coming at you. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. We get a break from the anxiety of Sabres playoff hockey tonight.
Right, but back at it tomorrow.
Yep.
Right?
Tomorrow night, chance for the Sabres again to close out the Bruins, this time in Boston. Game 6, 7:30 puck drop. Tomorrow night, the game is on live here on CMF. It is on ESPN and MSG on television. By the way, it looks like you can get in the building for less than $100 right now.
In Boston?
Yeah.
Why so low?
Because they suck.
No, but they're having a good
lose.
run.
No,
here.
I meant people who live in Boston.
Yeah,
Oh.
it makes sense because this is a game where you're not gonna. The best you can do is tie up the series. If not, you lose.
Counterpoint, it may be your last
Last
chance
time
to
to see the
your
Bruins.
Thank you. Thank you.
Long hot
Yeah,
summer.
but when you're
out there in Worcester. Nothing worse than sweating in Worcester. Holy Cross doesn't even get started in another month.
I am so sick of you right now.
What? Holy Cross University.
No,
Very popular university.
we all understood you were talking about Holy Cross University. You were just frantically flailing at all.
frantically flailing.
Frantically flailing.
At all
Frantically about Worcester?
New England references that you have. I hate your face.
Gordy Lockbaum, hell of a player.
Shut.
You don't even know who the hell that was.
I don't know Gordy Lockbaum.
He was the only guy that ever was up for a Heisman from Holy Cross, running back.
How do you know that?
Because my cousin was the music director of Holy Cross.
Obviously, that would be the connection. Kid.
Why she asked?
His
Well, that was
obvious,
just a
the
weird
obvious
fact for even your cousin to tell you.
That was in like 87, right?
Oh God, I was on my first wife, barely.
Yeah. Here's how sad this is. Now I'm going to pull a Tommy thing.
Frantically flailing.
Well,
again.
shut up. I'm done.
She was.
I'm done with today's
We're
show.
done.
It's time for us to go home.
All right.
For Kimmy,
Yeah.
who sucks.
She did great today.
She did good. For Tommy Ulay,
Yeah, what about it?
who is going to be getting hate letters from people from New England,
Oh, he sure is.
people with afros,
The Lockbaum family.
people with red hair.
Redheaded Worcester.
My name's Pat Duffy. We will see you back here tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.